Oh my, so loud. Sorry about that. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Um, the lighting is not going to be great today, and the reason why is because my daughter broke my ring light. Broke my ring light. Well, kind of broke it. She put it into three pieces, um, and it's not very easy to get it back together. So that's a thing, but it's all good. We're still gonna enjoy uh, enjoy our night, of course. Uh, chill stream night again because it's Lent, of course. So tonight is mostly going to consist of reactions. It's going to consist of Q and A's, so people can come up and just ask questions, right? But I'm not getting into some big giant thing with people where we're all like arguing and stuff. Uh, there's no point during this time, in my opinion. There's just no point. So, yeah. I am running from Mexidox. Mexidox is, um, he has my last name. So,
Oh boy. Oh boy.
oh boy, are you actually not
You,
at work for once?
yeah, bro. It's not happening anymore. I'm not on the job. My manager's not gonna fuss at me. You know?
Nice.
I'm not making big bucks. And by big bucks I mean like a little above minimum wage. With like 15 hours a week.
Is the saying the spirit has divine origin from the Father and Son heresy? There's a lot of things that you have to clarify there. When you say divine origin, do you mean hypostatically or do you mean essentially in general? Or if you're talking about the person in general, like saying divine origin from the Father and Son, are you referring to them as essence or are you referring to them as specific hypostases?
Who is
So
the
a lot
Thomas
of that,
Aquinas?
has to be clarified first. So.
The Thomas Aquinas of the EO Church.
Mm.
That's it.
That would be Saint Gennadios Scholarios.
Probably, yeah.
Definitely Saint Gennadios. Um, he has the most amount of works that kind of like dedicate to all that kind of stuff,
Um,
and you know, his works are also the most like Thomas Aquinas, because he was extremely scholastic, a lot like Thomas Aquinas.
Speaking
yeah.
Um,
of Gennadios, speaking of Gennadios, sorry to interrupt. Speaking of Gennadios, actually, so Gennadios in his he speaks about, for example, like how God's energies like posterior to the intellect, first, such as like for example like wisdom, love, and all these things.
yeah.
These things are like, would you say these things are truly, these formalities are truly grounded in God,
Yes.
like
Yes, he
in
says
God's
that they
word?
are.
Mhm. Yeah, of course. Like the
Yeah.
because some people kind of have the understanding that they're only different in the mind, right? And in creation, like according to those who participate in it, it becomes plural. But like there's a plurality of energies. But
Yeah.
the way I understand it to be is that these formalities, like they're obviously like they're formally distinct and like even truly in God, but like the way it's perceived as its own distinguished operation.
Yes.
However, it's actually truly one operation in God. You know.
Yes. And like it's more of the basically the ascension of our intellect, right? Coming to the conclusion of these things existing based off of the effects, right?
Mhm.
And then us also affirming the fact that basically certain words or certain concepts are objectively grounded in God, and we're simply just apprehending them or learning about them rather than making them up. So when we say that
Right.
God is love, he truly is love. It's not like just something that we think love is. It's not a word that we invented. He truly is that thing,
Mhm.
right? And
Yeah.
so like that's why the essence energy distinction is necessary, right? Because
We're nominal.
if we don't have EED, then you basically have to collapse everything into the
How
essence
would
for
you?
its name, which is that's eunomian. So you can't do
And
that.
yeah, of course, of course. How would you for so Singari Palamas in his 150 chapters, it's section 100, where he mentions how, for example, those who don't distinguish between the energies, like if they were to say foreknowledge and will are identical, like and God has foreknowledge of all things, even evil things. And the will, if the will is identical to foreknowledge, he must also will these evil things. And if he doesn't have foreknowledge of these things, then he does not know all things. So like
Yes.
there's basically like that in that argument he makes. I think you're already aware what I'm talking about, right? In that argument he makes, like
Let me put it like
in that.
this: when you're talking about the faculties of God's mind, or like for example, will and foreknowledge, if these things do not have at least a formal actual distinction, then basically positing a logical priority means nothing, right? And there has to be a logical priority between God's decree and God's foreknowledge, God's will, etc.
So is
And
that how they?
if you have the ability to establish a logical priority, then that means there has to be two denotable objects of some kind.
Mhm. So they would have to like kind of go to like some sort of extramental or different type of distinction. Like they would have to kind of like hold to like maybe Duns Scotus's view,
Yes.
between their energies eventually. Like so like that whole
And
um
like when it comes to like the actual just distinguishing that SCOTUS makes, he doesn't. It's not much different from ours. When it comes to strictly the distinguishing of the essence and the formalities or the essence, right? But when it comes to obviously like the where he deviates from us is participation and literally every other Catholic doctrine, of course. And we also don't affirm univocity of being. So,
mhm,
I mean, like the way that SCOTUS comes to that conclusion is different than us. But the
yeah.
actual definition of our distinction of
Mhm,
real applies the same way that SCOTUS applies it in Ordinatio 1, which is the work where he
mhm,
talks a lot about the formal distinction. It's
right.
very, very similar. But we like to have a distinction by calling it a formal actual distinction and making it very specific. It makes it really easy to kind of like
Mhm,
I guess describe a difference between our view in different ways, because like
yeah.
they are slightly different. They're not identical,
Yeah.
but
Like how would you also because like the Latin tradition has changed so like they kind of like throughout the centuries it wasn't the same when Palamas was debating the position, right? Like when
yeah,
they speak about
Palamas didn't seem to have to worry about the West in his time,
yeah.
and you can kind of see
Mhm,
that in his works. He was too worried about people that came from the West that became Eastern and tried to drag bullshit into the East,
yeah.
right? They were
He-
coming from those perspectives in that. And I mean, I'm also honest, right? I don't think that Barlam and Akindinos are actually like representing like Thomism or anything like that.
yeah, of course not. Of
Like
course
they
not.
were holding like a full-fledged like William of Ockham nominalism, bro.
Come on,
Like
dude.
like it like way worse when it comes
Yeah.
to like
Uh-huh.
distinguishment. Like they were just eunomian.
Yeah.
Like everything
Everything
was a polynym, bro. Everything's just a polynym of the essence, bro. Like straight up.
exactly created. It's created
Nah,
like
if you
no.
read
And
William of Ockham on the attributable perfections and his arguments of okay, why are you smiling? Okay.
Because I know that you read him for rage bait, bro.
All right.
Like, dude, I know him. I know you. You read him for
No,
rage bait
no, dude,
purposes.
come on, dude. I mean, it's like just be ontically parsimonious, dude.
Just be ontically parsimonious, dude. Ontically though is a hard word. That's a dope word. Ontically, like because we like low key have that in some of our fathers. They actually use that.
Ontic, yeah.
Yeah,
you
dude.
mentioned something about logical priority, right? Is that how
Yeah.
they would retort to, for example, the argument that Palabas uses about the foreknowledge and the will being identical and how this causes problems in God? Is that how they
Uh,
would retort?
well, I mean, like what the Latin or not the even the
Yeah,
Latins. This isn't even really an issue with Latins because Latins have some kind of distinction between those two things. But what are you talking? Are you
so,
talking about just like
yeah,
collapsing the two things just in general?
yeah.
And their response would be what?
Like, would they like you mentioned like logical priority? Is that how like who responds with that? Like, who says logical priority would be kind of like the
Well, I
way
mean,
to get out of it?
I would make the argument that that's kind of like what Saint Gregory Palamas is getting at, because
Mhm.
when we talk about things like God's will and foreknowledge, right, we're talking about things that have an operation in God's mind, right? Things that
Right.
perform a certain way in God's mind. Obviously, yes, God is divinely simple. So in all reality, this is all going to be the one God, and they're all going to be materially identical. There's no issue with saying that.
Mm,
But when it comes to the distinction between them, right? We believe that there still has to be some form of real or formal actual distinction between like things like foreknowledge and will in God, because if there's not, then there's no way to determine a logical priority between the two.
Yeah.
And if there's no way to determine a logical priority between the two, they would be logically simultaneous, meaning that they would presuppose each other, meaning that basically it leads to a necessitarian view, right? Because now you have to basically hold that there is no logical priority to the way in which God intended creation to exist, and it gets worse.
Yeah. I do know, for example, like Gennadios is very explicit on that. Like he speaks about that, how these things are actually truly grounded in God. Like they're not just conceptually or they're not just mind dependent. Like they actually truly exist in God. And also, last thing before I drop, right? Like I've heard like this just new wave. Like it's not really new, but this wave that's kind of becoming more trendy, right? The neo Palamites. Like, what do they believe? Do they have like a different understanding?
None of them agree with each other, so it doesn't matter. You'll like at the end of the day, like the people that are claiming to be like, well, honestly, people that don't really claim to be Neo-Palamites, that's kind of a slur towards people that hold like a position that's explained in either an extreme view that's not really represented in the fathers, which is usually the biggest indicator of somebody who's like that.
Yeah.
Where basically, if you see the way that every single church father, especially post-schism, talk about the essence energies distinction, the Neo-Palamites would put such a great, ridiculously large emphasis on the essence energies distinction to the point where basically they're affirming two gods. Like they eventually get to the point like where they refute. Like I had a guy one time tell me that the essence and the energies aren't even materially identical. Like that's how bad he didn't want to say that they're one. That's how bad he wanted them to be distinct, though. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Like I've talked with people that, and I'm assuming this kid was probably new. He was a younger guy on TikTok. Like, yeah. And he said he was a catechumen, and I think he was just doing a Trinity is true thing. He was probably new.
Yeah.
Right. But oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Like, because he asked me, like just some stuff on essence energies distinction or whatever, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's you can say that that they're materially identical, and then you can say that they're distinct, like basically formally and actually distinct. Like it's good wording to use, right? Because a lot of people from the West will understand what you're saying instead of trying to make up new concepts to be unique.
That's a major distinction.
Yeah.
And so but he was just like, you're saying that the essence and the energies are one and the same, bro. That's Thomism. I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, you said they're identical, and I was like, they're identical materially, and he's just like, yeah, but if they're one, that God's not made of material, and I'm like,
yeah, there's just a major real distinction between his energies and his essence.
People talk about all this major and minor stuff, but when does the distinction actually graduate?
That's what I'm talking about, bro. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying, bro. He always says what's in my head. You know what I'm saying?
All right, bro. God bless, bro. I'm about to dip.
Yeah.
It's like pure chemistry from there, man.
How was it with you and Metaphysics Mike? It was the debate of all time.
It was. He started clipping. I watched the full debate. He started clipping crap.
Yeah, he clipped me say that Christ is not a human person, and he uploaded that. He literally uploaded that video, looking at and like saying, "I got him, guys. Look at that. He said Jesus is not a human hypostasis. He's fucked."
Yeah, he's really not a person, a human person.
You clipped me stating my position. You goofy. Like what? Like wow.
Yeah, bro. It was the debate of all time.
Yeah.
Sure.
Bryce, I was staring at a tornado.
You were staring at a tornado. That's the most Oklahoma shit I've ever heard.
God's essence changed from imageless to having an image. What a genius.
Mike embarrassed you. Come up here and tell me why.
We would say that the Word is the perfect image of the Father because he's possessed by the intellect.
I would love to learn. I'll bring you up here in a second free.
Free? Okay, never mind. I'm not going to say that.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I want to get nuked.
Yeah.
It is either Wednesday or Tuesday today on Earth. Prove me wrong. Fair enough. I don't know what that means.
Oh boy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. What do you got, man?
Dune tag.
Actually, okay. So I just have some questions because I am trying to learn. It's a line of reasoning that I stumbled across, and hopefully you guys can just answer questions for me.
Sure.
Is it possible for God's essence to change?
No.
No.
Okay, so before the incarnation, did God have an image?
Yes.
Yes.
What was the image of God?
The sun.
The Son of God.
So in all the stories in the Bible that included God, was God ever visually seen?
Yes.
Okay.
I can show you. I can show you.
Bush once.
No. Also, as a man in Genesis 18. Also, as an angel in Genesis 20. Oh gosh, what's it? The one where he wrestles with Jacob. It says that he wrestled with God himself. Haggai said, not Haggai. Oh my gosh, Hagar said that she saw the face of God. Moses said that he spoke with God face to face. There's multiple different situations where they say that they physically saw God in some way, shape, or form. The Son manifests himself in the Old Testament as the angel of the Lord, and that's why he's worshipped in the Old Testament. So the Son is already the image of God.
Does the Bible say that any man who sees God's face will not survive?
Yeah, that's referring to his essence. When they're talking about face in terms of actually a manifestation of him, that's a different word for face than a face would be for essence or inner reality in Greek.
So the Bible says that you can't see God's face and survive, but then it also declares that God is seen.
Did you hear what I just said?
Well, okay, so you said that Moses spoke to God face to face. So did Moses see God's face?
Yep. So what was my explanation as to why you can say both those things at the same time?
It's the God's essence. You said
Okay.
that that's in regards to God's essence.
Yes, because face in that context simply just means that it's the inner reality. So it would be the essence. And then the context in the times where it says that people did see God, literally in the same book, by the way, that would be the context of him saying that he had manifested and he saw him in that manifestation as face to face, which would not be the same thing.
How often is face used with the definition inner reality? I'm just curious.
I don't exactly have the lexicon up with me, but that's just what we interpret that meaning in those verses where it says no one can ever see God face to face. Because our theology starts at the view of apophaticism, where God's essence is completely unknowable, it's indescribable, it's incircumscribable, all of that. So and that is derived from these verses where it says that nobody can see God. So I mean, like
if
that's
that is the
that's just
only
pinnacle of
time
one of our.
that definition is used for face, would you say that's an illiterate interpretation?
No, but I don't think it's the only time where something like that's used in that manner. Like I said, I mean, you can
What
see
is
many
the
different
definition of
like
illiterate
John, it repeats it in the New Testament when it says no one has ever seen God at any time, right? But then right after that it says, but the only begotten God, or some say Son, right, in the bosom of the Father, right? Like I think that's John 1 actually. I think John 1. And then you look back and you see no one has ever seen God at any time in Exodus. But the whole point is that John is actually clarifying, but now we have seen God because of this, right? Which then, if you look in the book of Jude, for example, like the book of Jude, which is a New Testament text, says that Jesus was the angel of the Lord in the Old Testament. So he's basically saying, like, look, he was always here with us. He's just actually incarnate permanently here now. Right? So the image of God thing was always a thing. Like, he was always the image of God from eternity.
So the image of God was an angel at one point?
He manifested as an angel. That doesn't mean that he's essentially an angel.
It's the person itself. We wouldn't say that it's the.
Yeah, even though
that
even if he manifests himself in the manner of an angel, that was for perception. That was so that human beings would be capable of perceiving him in some way, shape, or form. But his hypostasis, or his person in of himself without a manifestation, is materially identical to the essence, and the essence is uncircumscribable. So unless there's basically some form of manifestation or revealing of this person, then obviously the persons would be unknowable as well, because we do not believe we can come to the Trinity with natural reason the revelation is required to actually establish it.
Holy base, dude. Yeah, we're really
Okay.
vindicating natural
I
theology.
see a tornado.
Basil, you good, bro?
I guess I'm having a hard time grasping.
I'm serious, bro. Yeah, I'm out here. I went to get a burrito, bro. All of
Yo, Zay
I'm
booted him.
having
All right, keep
a
going,
hard
free.
time. I'm having a hard time grasping what it would mean to be omnipresent with an image. Because in the beginning, you're saying that God had an image. So before there was anything that existed, that as of any creations, there was things with images, which I just have a hard time believing. That
I'm so
there's just,
confused.
like,
Wait, so your issue is that something can't be omnipresent and have an image? I don't get it.
Wouldn't the image be stretched so thin that you wouldn't be able to see it clearly?
What? What do you think being in the image of means?
Being in the image of the image,
being the image of, like, what do you think
an
that
image
means?
has an end, it's something that is visible, right? So if you're in the image of something, you're something that can be seen.
Say that one more time.
I don't think that follows.
If you're in the image of, that means that you are visible of the thing that you are the image of.
I don't think that necessarily follows. No.
I like.
What if he's the image of something internally, right? So like so the Son is the image of the Father. I mean, like,
So
but that isn't
an emotional representation. He's the image of happiness. Is that what you're kind of saying?
No, it's more like saying that he's in the likeness of or represents, right? Either essentially or by authority.
Okay, so in the beginning, before there was any physical things created, what was the likeness looking like?
The Trinity. What?
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't understand. Maybe I didn't understand that question. Well, I mean, technically speaking, if something exists, it has an appearance. Like, I don't know what that even means. What is an appearance?
We wouldn't say that you could,
Are you saying it's being perceived by something? What, there's nothing that exists. So who's seeing it? Like, I don't understand what you mean.
No, there's we can
Well,
ground.
God exists in the beginning.
Yes, he exists. Therefore, that it's possible for something to perceive him if he so chooses to create something that can see. How about that? Doesn't mean he's invisible just because nothing exists.
See God as?
However God chooses to actually manifest himself as for their eyes. God can manifest himself as anything. He's God.
When we say image, we're not saying it in reference to we can perceive the Son through a sense or vision insofar as how he's related to the Father. The relation or how they're related to each other is in their likeness of nature. We would say that's what the image is there. It's denoted by the likeness of nature. Like if you generate,
so you're talking about behaviorally.
No, likeness. If you generate
likeness or sameness, right? It depends on the context, right? So, for example, we are in the image of God insofar as that we are made in the likeness of his nature. That doesn't mean that we are his nature, right? Our nature was built in us in a way to represent us in the sense in which it would be created. Right. But then when we're talking about being made in the image of, if we're referring to something's own ontology or its own being, it's to be in the same essence or the same respect. Right. It's identical. Right. In a sense. The Son and the Father are materially identical. So, in that sense.
All right. So there's no physical appearance in which we resemble God. Because in the beginning there was no human image. There was no physical.
No, the image is
likeness to be identical to.
Yeah, being made in the image of God, right? That's not speaking about basically the composition of body and soul. That's not God's inner ontology. He doesn't exist as body and soul, right? We're composed of body and soul. Yes, but he can be perceived if he so chooses to provide that to somebody still, though. Even if in of himself he is invisible, because we can't actually pinpoint what God is, right? We don't know his essence, whatness. We don't know what he is.
We will.
We will someday
Okay,
through
so
his
this
energies.
This is where my contention lies.
Add that in there, huh?
I don't see how you can say that the essence of a visible thing and the essence of an invisible thing can be identical in visibility. So if God is invisible but can be visible, then God's essence
Okay,
essentially
no.
lacks
What?
visibility.
No. Okay, so when we say like we can quote unquote see God or see God through Jesus, right? When he's incarnate. You could say like it's just like for Mary. We would say that Mary is the mother of God insofar as that title God is said of the subject, Jesus, right? And since that subject, it can be said of God to be Jesus, it would be convertible to say that we can see Jesus, therefore we can see God. Does that make a little bit more sense? Like we can't say, okay, yeah, I immediately and the essence of God is immediately intelligible. I can see it. I can visibly apprehend it. That's not really what we're saying. We're just saying
that's the point I'm trying to make. I understand what you guys are saying, but the issue
I think
that
you're caught up on
have
like
is
the. I
that
think you're
God
caught up on the
is
seeing thing.
invisible, but God can manifest itself to be visible through appearing as something that is visible.
Yeah, him manifesting
so that means
himself.
God's essence doesn't have visibility in it. He has to manifest as something that has the essence of visibility in it.
No essences are visible. You know that, right? No essences are visible. The only way in which you can know an essence is through a particular of some kind.
An instantiation.
So all essences are identical because they are invisible, correct?
Okay, dude, honestly, do you know, I'm going to use Leibniz's law for this because no.
Oh, boy.
So first off, just because two things share a property, that does not mean that then they're therefore identical. All right. There's still things that make them discernible from each other. Like, for example, God's essence, right? That he would be simple. We are not simple. Right? We're composed.
W concession.
What? Right. So there are properties that apply to God's essence that don't apply to ours.
In no way did I say that because there's a shared identical essence that all things are identical. I'm saying that essence has an identical shared property, right? And that essences are invisible.
Even if like two essences, for example, have the property of being invisible, right? In of itself, they still each have their own instantiation of invisible. Technically, in terms of like, if we're just talking about the property itself, right? It's found specifically in that one for each essence, but there's other properties that distinguish these essences still from each other. So there's a way to still use abstraction and determine that there's a real distinction between two essences.
Well, I don't get the point that this guy's making. I mean, well, what does he think about existence?
Well, his original thing that he stated was that if something's made in the image of something, right, that in some way it went from being invisible to visible. So he's kind of applying that like God changed in a sense. That was like a shortened way that he put it in the comments before he came out.
I think a really good way to describe kind of what I'm getting at is that the burning bush story.
Sure.
God was invisible before God manifested as the burning bush. We wouldn't say that God is the burning bush, but God was visible through manifesting as the burning bush. After the manifestation left, God was invisible again. So if we apply that to the story of Jesus, we could say that God could manifest himself as the image of Jesus, but then when that body, the physical body dies, then God would necessarily have to go back to being invisible.
No.
So you can manifest as something that's visible, but if you are invisible, your essence is invisible.
Christ.
It can't be seen by the human eye.
Do you know the difference between like in our metaphysics where we talk about the difference between acts that are ad intra and acts that are ad intra extra to God, or internal versus external acts of God?
An act would,
Catholics would call it imminent and transient operations.
I'm honestly not familiar with the verbiage.
Holy base, dude.
I'm just going to say that.
Yeah. So when we're talking, there are internal actions of God, which would be the causation of the Son, the causation of the Spirit. These things are what represent the eternal essence, right? These are things that always happen, that are required, etc. right? They're necessary to occur. When we're talking about God manifesting that's an act that's ad extra to himself. He's providing himself to another. That means that it's not something that's identical to his essence in that effect, right? The thing that's actually seen in of itself. There's a difference is that if God chooses to take on a form of some, so then if that's the case, if God goes from being invisible to visible, God's essence is not changing in any degree, because the internal acts are what is representing God, right? In terms of him being simple. The acts that are ad extra to himself are not going to represent God in terms of the way he exists internally.
Okay, so I would say that all manifestations of that God participates in are not God, the same way that the bush we would never say was God. So the manifestation or the image of Jesus would not be considered God, because it is a manifestation, the same way the burning bush was.
Wait, who does Moses
So when
say
God
was in
is
the burning bush?
when God is just existing and not acting, does God have a physical appearance?
Hello? What's going on with this guy?
So God would be invisible.
That's
the
not
essence of
really-
God would be invisible.
No, because
so
his essence
when the
isn't going
manifestation
from
of
invisible
Jesus
to visible,
died-
brother. His essence is not going from invisible to visible. God changing requires that his essence in some way, shape, or form has to be different, or it has to change, right? His essence remains invisible even when he manifests. So God is not changing because he's going from invisible to visible.
T1, T2, man.
Okay, so after the resurrection, does God appear when the human body dies? Does God appear in the form of a vision? Like, can the people see Jesus?
He's bodily raised. He's raised with the same body. He even proves that
It's
in
real
John
flesh.
20.
It's real flesh. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not docetism. We don't believe he's a hologram after he resurrects.
Yep. Because if you carry on reading the New Testament, for example, 1 Timothy 2:5, Romans 1:4, Romans 9:5, Revelation 22:16, Revelation 5:5, all those verses teach that Jesus is still a man after the resurrection, or even Acts 17:30-31.
So God is visible 100% of the time now?
Yo, okay, I don't think you really understand what you're. Never mind.
Bryce, how are you taking this serious, man?
Okay, all right. So
It's calm.
The whole visibility and invisibility thing, I ain't really tracking, because I feel like what you're trying to get at doesn't make any sense. Just to be real with you. So what don't
part
you
of what I'm
understand
getting
about
at
what was
doesn't
said?
make sense?
What don't you understand about what was said? I'm having a hard time really
Okay, so
understanding.
Jesus had the potential to be a part-time gig and a part-time image while God was on earth, right?
Okay,
because
all
the
right.
human body isn't
He's already in the image of God prior to him creating.
He's not like a temporary
The
image.
human body is finite, right? It doesn't last forever.
We would say the human body of Christ was incorruptible. So we actually.
Well, no, so for all humans, the standard is the human body is finite. It doesn't last forever.
Actually, on the last, in the eschaton, will be given
Yeah.
bodies, but
Technically speaking, like the human body, like in its current state, will eventually, right? It will eventually decay, I guess, if that's what you're asking. But something will not cease to exist. It's going to be raised. So
it'd just be like a substantial change.
Brother Bryce J knows his theology.
Brother.
I'm sorry, did you just say there will be a change?
Brother.
Brava! There'll be a change in ourselves, not in God. I know that. Is that what you thought we said?
W concession, God changed, man.
No, the change is in us.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
God can change our substance if he wanted to. Yeah, he could do that.
He's pretty based.
And that's what God did. God changed the substance while in the form of human.
What?
What?
He
No,
said-
dude. Okay, no. Just no, dude. Listen, when God incarnates, it's not him changing into the human nature. And I think what you're trying to get at is, you would say that, okay, God, as the insofar as being the person of the Son, is invisible. We can't visually make an image in our intellect of the sun. We can't visualize the sun. But we can visualize like a human being or like a human. So since Jesus became a human, God changed from being invisible to visible. So you think that that's like is that basically what you're getting at? Am I mudded?
That's kind of it's a really interesting way to put it. I think that there's a word.
I don't know how else you would. I don't know how else you would get at there. I mean, dude, I'm having a hard time understanding your argument because it's just like I don't think it's that hard. William of Ockham.
Okay, so I'll try to dumb it down as much as I can. Do visible things and invisible things?
Oh my gosh.
Have the same essence in regards to visibility? Yes or no?
Jesus has two essences, so I'm not really sure how that would be relevant to.
Yeah, we would say that which is being predicated of, or the subject is one subject. So we could say, okay, there are things that we could say of the hypostasis of Christ that can refer to specific things or refer to the divine person and the hypostatically unified human nature, but it's still going to be in the same respect as it's to Jesus Christ himself. It's not going to be like, okay, we have to separate these two. Yeah.
And also, just to bear in mind, the change, when we speak of change, the change is on part of the humanity, not the divinity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the referent, or what's being referred to, is still the subject of Christ. So you could say that it's true of Jesus Christ, it's true of God. So we can see God. The image of God is Christ, if you're referring to the image in the sense of, like, we can visually apprehend the Son. Like, we could have visually apprehended God in the sense that the subject was visible, or that which is predicated of, right? So there's no issue.
Maybe my confusion is coming from, does the human nature, does Jesus ever shed the human nature? Or
No.
does God ever shed the human nature post-resurrection?
No.
He's still. That's why I quoted those verses earlier, to show you that Jesus is still a man after the resurrection.
Yeah, he had a glorified body, dude.
Yeah, incorruptible.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about,
He permanently attached human nature to himself for the reconciliation of man. That's the entire point of it.
Was there a permanent attachment before the incarnation?
Dude, what is it? I guess.
Sure. How about I just say no? What's gonna happen?
No.
Sure. No.
So there was an addition to. So there's just God.
There's an addition to what? In addition to God's symbol? What? Huh?
So God was just one side of the yin yang, the black side, and then the human nature is the white side.
Come on, bro. You know that's not what I'm saying. I know dang well you don't think that's what I'm saying, right?
That would be the two natures, correct? Being one thing.
Okay, the one subject we're talking about is Christ. That's called the communication of idioms.
Ooh, that's a big one.
It's called the communication of idioms, where we say that Christ died, God died insofar as suffering a bodily death by human nature.
Yeah, and the title God is predicable of the one subject. There's not two subjects of Christ. So you can rightfully say things like God died for me. Absolutely. It's like the most beautiful thing about our religion. My God died for me. It's absolutely beautiful. It's wonderful.
But then the physical form remained and carried on for eternity?
Yes. Okay, what kind of a resurrection would it be? If
I'm just curious, what died exactly?
It's what?
What?
The person died.
What died exactly?
The person died.
If the physical form resurrected and the human nature remained.
Okay, all right. I don't think death is.
Wait, do you think death is non-existent?
Dude, what is that face?
Wait, biological death means that the body no longer is functional.
Death is not like the non-existence of a nature. Like, it's not the change of existence to non-existence. So, like, when
humans die in a non-theological way, does the body remain functional, or does the human nature remain in the body?
What do you mean
gosh.
in a
Do you
what is
think
a
that the
what do you mean by
nature-
non-theological way? I'm sorry, just gotta know what that means.
Oh my gosh.
In a non-spiritual way, so like in a biological sense, the human nature is tied to the functionality of
So
the
are you
body,
just asking
correct?
what
Like the brain must
biologically
function
occurs
in
to
order
the
for there to be the expression of human nature?
when the soul is separated from the body decays. There's no longer something that's keeping a life in it. Does that make sense?
So the soul is what makes the heart beat, and the heartbeat is what makes the brain function.
Everything that actually functions in the
so
human
then-
body is based off of the fact that we possess the soul
Yeah,
in the
the
first place.
substantial form.
Perfect. So the human body of Jesus still has a heartbeat and brain function.
Sure. What's
So
wrong
it's
with that?
not dead. So what died?
Yeah, buddy. Post-resurrection.
It's after the resurrection, so he
So-
died.
so the
He died.
spirit-
Wait, hear me
so
out.
the
Hear me out.
soul-
Hear me out. He died and then came back to life.
That's what a resurrection is, Free. What do you think when we say resurrection, what do you think we're talking about? What,
They just
what
he
kind
put-
of a resurrection would it be if he didn't come back to life in his humanity?
they just
I would say that death is permanent, right?
So what's the resurrection then? What is a resurrection?
In order to die for something, you must be dead. So you're just saying it was like a
Correct.
temporary-
Yes. In order to die, you must be dead. Yes, I agree.
He experienced death, yes.
yeah. And I don't think like death is
So that'd be
permanent,
the
like,
same as
that's-
somebody who like
That's like
who is
demonstrative outside of
declared dead
miracle.
for 2 minutes on a gurney and then brought back to life. Is that what you're saying? It's similar to?
Well,
What?
that's like demonstrative in the sense that like you can't just say that death is permanent. That doesn't like we're not saying death is like it's not saying in the same. It's not equivocal with saying okay non-existent. Like the human nature just went non-existent, and then you just made a new one. I don't know what to say, bro.
If a person dies,
Is-
right, because their soul gets separated from their body, their nature does not die because if the nature died, it would cease. Like all human beings would cease to exist in that regard. And first off, I don't even know how death could be predicated to a nature. I can't even explain how that would
natures
even.
don't die, bro.
Yeah, that's not something that can actually happen.
Wait, hold on. Don't you have it backwards? If all humans died, then the human nature would die. It wouldn't be if the nature
What?
died. all
No. I'm
Because the
gonna
nature
that
is
look. I
attached
did
to
that
the
feels like
existence of the physical
no.
body.
That feels like rage bait, but I'm gonna respond to it anyway because I'm bored.
Wait, Bryce,
No.
he's confused. He just said the human nature is attached to the physical body.
No.
this is-
Here, let
that's
me
low-key.
actually address it. Let me actually address it. So,
argument against realism.
okay, so even if I were to grant every single human being died on the planet, human nature would still be a thing, because in God's mind, there's still a human nature, even if every human is gone.
So human nature can exist without humans.
Sure. I mean, like what's like
Yeah,
it
we're-
wouldn't
we're just-
it wouldn't be apprehensible.
You would just say
So
that it's
there requires no physical presence in reality for things to exist. That's kind of a weird stance.
okay. Do you think that like there are okay, if you think of something right now, is that a physical being in reality, or is that like a being within your mind?
My thought exists
Oh, really?
in connection
Okay,
to
good job.
me.
That'd be
So
compassionate.
human thought can only exist if humans exist.
Oh,
Wait,
that's
but
what
what-
I'm getting at.
Sure.
When we apprehend something, a being, this intellectual image. Ooh, big word, image. When we make an image of like an apple in my intellect.
What is an intellectual image? I'm just curious.
So like if
How are
I
you
if
using
I
intellectual in that sense?
Isaiah's
Since
just
image
words.
co-
He's
conjured
just
up by the
wordsmithing.
mind.
The
bro. He's just
operation-
wordsmithing, bro.
no intellect would, I mean, the way that I'm using it here. Okay, all right, Bryce. So we have two operations, okay, that we're going to talk about fundamentally. The intellect of the will. The intellect is the operation in which we would like know in essence. If I make an image of an apple within my mind, it exists insofar as it's within my mind. Dude, I don't know how to simplify it anymore. There are beings which do have being insofar as they are thought of. Like, if you're trying to say that, if you're trying to take the position that a human or the nature of a human cannot exist without like a specific instantiation, I don't think that would make any sense. Like, Would you say that?
Okay, let me
Would you,
hold on.
okay,
Hold on. Can I
I have
give
a
you an
question. I have
example?
a
'Cause
question. Do you think that like there is a unicorn nature that we have apprehended? Like, do you think that there are essential properties to be a unicorn?
I would say that there are images of unicorns, but unicorns don't exist because there's no physical presence
So there can be an image
that
of
is
something without
alive.
it being physical.
Well,
Exactly. Yeah.
but do we say that unicorns exist?
They exist in
That's
our
not
mind.
that's not the point.
Well, that's the
You
point I'm
said that
trying to
there would
make,
be.
is that
You
you're
said that there
saying
would
that
be
humans
images.
without a physical presence would still exist.
Yeah, within our
So,
within the intellect of God, they exist in God's intellect as exemplars,
so
divine ideas.
just to be
Bonaventure.
clear, your argument is
He took that from Maximus.
standing or being held up by you have to admit that unicorns exist. Will you do that right now, please?
I don't admit that unicorns exist concretely. How about that?
Yeah, they're abstracted in our minds, dude. Like being, what do you think being is? Being isn't just like, okay, everything that like physical. I don't really get that.
They don't
Being
exist.
is
They
that
don't
which
exist
exists.
concretely.
And how do we define that which exists?
How do you define
think-
something that? I mean, that's why being is usually just considered a brute definition.
Yeah, being is just, it's convertible with itself, dude. It's just being
Being
is.
how do you I gave you my definition of being. What is your definition?
I mean, I can grant that definition, dude.
Yeah,
it's
that's
just
fine.
like you're not distinguishing concrete and abstract things, right? We would say that
Okay, so are unicorns a being? Do they exist?
insofar as they are abstracted in our intellect, yeah, we can think of them.
So they exist conceptually. That was a fancy way of saying they exist conceptually.
Sure, yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
exactly. Yeah,
And
you
and
got it.
that's and who's the ones who have authority over that conceptualization?
What are you talking about? If I what, bro? Okay, all right.
So
all
they
right.
exist in the
No.
human mind.
Okay, all right. Never mind.
There's certain ideas that God grounds, and then there's certain ideas that humans ground, and that God only knows of the ideas, but did not ground the existence of said ideas. How about that?
Okay, I think that all human knowledge is grounded in the human mind.
Okay, so I'm assuming that you're not a theist.
Okay, so this is my reasoning for it, because all evidence required
Ooh.
or can be provided for human knowledge.
I
requires
never really got an answer to that.
So am I a theist because I
just asked if you are a theist.
What do you mean? I think.
Do you
the
believe
presence of
that
any
there's
being-
something that created this universe?
No, absolutely.
So you're an atheist. You're an atheist. So that's why you would obviously believe that all human knowledge is grounded in humans, right? Of course, that's what you're going to
Can
believe.
you provide evidence that doesn't use the human mind to prove that it's grounded somewhere else?
What do you want me to do? Put it in a bottle? What are you asking me right now?
I'm sorry.
What are you asking me to
Okay,
do?
so I can show. Oh, hold on. Do you believe that other species have knowledge?
Other species have knowledge.
Yeah.
Like as in like they know true propositions? Like what is knowledge to you?
However, is that the
define
only way?
what knowledge is.
Knowledge to me is a collection of experiences that are remembered.
I don't.
Okay. So I'm a JTB guy, so I believe that knowledge is a justified true belief. So when it comes to that, I would say no. Animals don't possess that.
Okay, so when orcas go hunting and they spot a seal
instinct.
on top of an ice sheet,
It's pure instinct.
hold on. You'll see them pop their heads up. Do they come to the conclusion that it is true that there is a seal up there?
No, it's instinct.
It's instinctual to hunt.
Yes.
So praise that hunt, like owls, how do they determine it's okay to swoop down? Do they come to the conclusion that it is true that there is a mouse in the field?
No, it's instinct.
Instinctual.
It's entirely instinctual.
It's instinctual.
Yes, because
to
in order
determine
for
that
someone
there's
to possess
something beyond
knowledge, they
them.
have to be able to perform logic. I don't believe animals perform logic.
Does all so
The
aren't they
owl of
performing
simple
logic when
apprehension.
they
I believe that
identify
their
something that is not
instinct.
them?
I believe that their instinct represents a malformed understanding of logic, but it's not actually possessing the ability to perform logic.
The owl of simple.
Do you think that the only
apprehension.
way to perform logic is to communicate it verbally?
No,
No.
I never said that.
We perform logic by judging a proposition, by confirming a proposition, by reasoning a proposition. It doesn't have to be like verbally noted. We would say that like
Okay, so we can
when we assent to
if
truth,
we can observe their behaviors and they are acting in a manner that can be described logically, but they can't communicate that it is logically, are they participating in logic?
Just
Okay, what do you
because,
mean by-
yeah, I was about to say. So first off, in order for us to determine that something is using logic, we have to have logic ourselves, right? But just because it seems as if something is performing logic, that doesn't automatically conclude that they're actually using logic. There could be simply an instinct that what's the word for that? Imperfectly, right, represents logic, but it's not logic in of itself.
defectively? Oh, that's a big one.
Hold on. It's not, if it's not logic perfectly, then it's not logic.
No, I just said that just because something's performing actions that appear as logic, that doesn't mean that therefore they're actually using logic, because instinct would be considered an imperfect understanding of logic, where it's simply just it would just be gut or intuitive, right? We don't need just intuition to perform logic. We actually can go outside of our intuition to do logic.
The
right?
owl is being
We can have gut feelings or instincts in ourselves to do a certain action, but we can actually, like, for example, some people may want to do very evil things and they get an instinct to do that thing based off of being carnal in some way, shape, or form. But we also have the ability to utilize logic outside of our instinct and basically convince our instinct that it's wrong. Animals do not have that capability.
Okay, I think that you're just not well versed enough in animal behavior. Do you think it's instinctual to avoid ancestral relations?
Okay,
Yes.
dude. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Sure.
So when the Bible or any religion teaches it's okay to participate in incest, they're
Where does the
that's
Bible
the
say
more
to do that?
knowledgeable. That's why I switched it. I'm not going to say, I would say that the conclusion that is derived from the religious teachings is that it is okay. It may not say it explicitly, but the intuition of those who read the Bible is that it is okay.
But okay, that does not make any sense, dude. What? Okay,
So you
just because
interpret the Bible to make it seem as if incest is okay. That's what
you're
you're saying.
basically saying it doesn't say it, but implicitly through my personal interpretation, because it doesn't actually say it, it does.
You know the book of Leviticus, right? And like I think it's chapter 18 verbatimly condemns
literally
incest. God
Like
literally
Sodom and
says you can't
Gomorrah?
do
I'm
that.
not saying that there is an interpretation. I'm interpreting the behaviors of religious individuals or sects that participated in it directly, who derive all
That
of their
doesn't
knowledge.
matter.
from
We
What
don't say
the
what
that.
Bible
Christian
directly.
denomination believes that incest is okay?
I would say that in
The
the
Puritans.
early years
Yeah,
of
one.
our country, it was more rampant than it should have been.
We would say that
I mean,
they're false.
that's not due to the fact of their religion. Just because
No.
they want to
Did
perform
the religion
incest, that
stop
doesn't
it?
mean. Yeah, it actually
That
did.
doesn't represent the
So
entire
then
religion.
it's non-existent.
Considering
in the world.
considering that in the United States it became something that is not good based off of biblical principles. So yes, literally we stopped it.
Truly.
I would
Do you-
say that the act of avoiding incest relations within a species is proof that they are applying logic, whether or not they can describe it or communicate it as.
Are they being logical when they choose to do it?
action.
I'm confused. Is that what you're trying to argue?
Are they being illogical when they no? But
No.
they have to know that A equals A, and they have to know that their family is their family, correct? So that they can avoid the ancestral relations.
No.
man.
That can simply just be instinct. That can simply
So
just be
logic is instinctual?
genetic. That I never once said that it was illogical to have incest, right?
He's just saying that
It's unreasonable, but I never said it was illogical. It doesn't cause a contradiction. It doesn't break the law of identity, and it doesn't destroy the law of excluded middle. It's immoral. It's wrong. It's unreasonable, but it's not illogical, right, in of itself.
I don't really. Yeah, that's a really very odd use of syntax. Right
Okay,
there.
yeah, I guess I'm gonna disagree. Like, exclusively on the fact
Wait,
that there are.
okay. Do you think the acts are?
I would say that
logical
animals
or
who
illogical?
participate in like hunting techniques, like there's 3 orcas swimming side by side, and they push a wave up and over the ice sheet to knock a seal off so that they can eat the seal. I would say that that's clear,
Okay.
exhibition of rational thought.
Wait, you think?
It's not
Okay,
intuition.
you think that they're rational?
Using water
You think that they're rational?
to knock something off of an ice sheet is not an intuition that anything else has.
Would you say that they also make irrational decisions, orcas? Do you think they also make irrational decisions?
Well, humans do too, so I wouldn't see how that's like a defeater.
How are we any different from them, dude? If they can make rational and irrational decisions, what constitutes a human? I have a hard time understanding.
This is about to get really bad.
It is. We might have to, because you're over here saying they made a rational decision. What is rationality here? Ooh.
Rational would be a decision with intent. So there's reasoning behind it.
I mean, no, we would say that like, no, I don't. No.
Okay, well, hold on. Before we move on, can you provide the corrections to the definition I gave?
Well, like, if something is capable of making rational decisions, it would have the capability to judge a proposition or assent to whether or not the proposition is true or false, make a judgment and a reasoning, and then assent to the good of the proposition itself. So it would have to conform into some sort of like intellect and will. I don't think that you would have to demonstrate how they make rational decisions by their operations or the way in which they make these decisions. And I don't think that you can do that within the intellect of that species. Like, I would not say that a whale can judge a proposition, make true or false statements, and then reason in its will to assent to the good of the proposition.
Stop. I want to stop you right there. You said can make true false statements. So it's a communication thing. Since they can't speak in human language, they can't make true false statements?
No. When I judge it, dude, I'm not talking about talking. Oh my gosh, dude.
How do you make a true false statement?
How is it this difficult?
How do you make a true false statement without talking?
Okay, all right. I never said communicate a true false statement. I said make. Like intellectually.
Okay, how do you make one without communication?
Okay, all right. How do I word this to help you out? Like form within my intellect, conceive of. There you go.
And how would others understand that you made a true false statement within you? So that would be like
because they have to be rational. That's what we've been saying, dude.
So we could observe your behaviors.
Humans can observe,
and if it appears to be rational.
Oh my gosh! Let me finish. Humans having the capability to judge propositions, to assent to, simply apprehend, judge, and reason with a proposition, can look and make logical ordering and foundations of the actions that these animals do. That doesn't mean that they do the exact same thing. Just because we perceive these things as rational does not mean that they have perceived it as rational.
Also, the whole point of like another reason why we can't say that animals are rational is because when you look at an animal performing an action that we perceive as rational, we're perceiving that it's rational insofar as human rationality. We look at something and we say, you know what, that was for survival. You know what, that was a good decision because now he's going to get blah, 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 or whatever. That's us interpreting based off of our own rationality that they performed an action that would be considered humanly rational. That doesn't mean that then therefore the animal themselves actually possess rationality. That just means that we're interpreting their actions with our rationality. That doesn't mean that they're being rational.
It's like God. God doesn't
Is the inability to perceive through observation, the inability to perceive rationality through observation, is that universal? So can I look at a human and determine that they're acting rationally without them communicating it to me?
What?
What is acting
So you said that we
rationally
even
mean,
if
dude?
even if an animal appears to be acting rationally, we can't determine it just based on our own thoughts. So can I look at a human
No,
and if
that's
they
not.
appear
That's
to
not
be
what is being
acting
said.
rationally?
That's not what is being said. Like actions, we would say that extramentally things are like logical or illogical. We're not saying. Okay, all right. We're just saying that the animal itself is not rational because we apprehend their actions as rational, dude. Like if I say, "Oh yeah, it's rational for this bug to roll dung," bro. Really, bro. I judge that
What is
proposition.
necessary to
does that
establish
mean
that
that the
something is
dung
acting
beetle
rational?
does that mean that the dung beetle rationally thought and made like logical steps to
Do you think
run this-
actually? A great example for this. Do you think that plants are rational?
Exactly.
Do you think plants are rational?
When they open up and they bud so that
Oh my gosh.
sunlight can hit them or they move.
So plants are rational. They have rationality.
They have rationality.
Can they? So they can use logic. Plants use logic.
Wait. Hold on. Let's take it a bit
I'm just
further.
curious.
Wait, hold on.
How would we determine that they can't if we can't communicate with them?
Hold on, wait. I have a question. I have a question. So are viruses like okay. All right, viruses. Like think of the Ebola virus. You know how viruses go into like cells and try to reproduce so they can maintain their genealogical, spreading. Do you think that is a rational decision? Do you think that it has rationality because it made that decision?
Is there a reason behind its actions?
Yes, there's a reason. We can
interpret with our human rationality. We
Yeah.
can determine with our human rationality that a creature made a good decision. That does not mean
so-
that the creature made a good decision in of itself.
Exactly. Yeah. So viruses, even though we interpret it as like, oh yeah, it's completely rational for this virus to want to spread its genealogical, just to, I wouldn't say reproduce. I don't want to, distinguish, but we would say that, yeah, that's perfectly rational because it's trying to maintain its DNA in a thing.
I mean,
It doesn't
dude,
mean
like
that,
the way,
DNA just decided,
and it's
Yeah.
even worse too, because if you even take things that aren't alive, take fire, for example, right? Take fire. When it spreads, do you think that that's a rational decision for the fire to get bigger because it would stay
Viruses
alive?
aren't even alive. That's the thing.
No, I would say that that's more akin to a chemical reaction.
Okay,
That's a reaction to its local
we're
environment.
talking about conceptual rationality, bro. Right?
When-
So we're interpreting fire. Like if we see fire go from one spot to another and it gets bigger, we could interpret that as, oh, that was a rational move by the fire. That doesn't mean that the fire is even alive. But we could say like, oh, that makes sense, right? It's got to stay lit.
This is like something the
Right.
Greeks would come up with like thousands of years ago. Like, oh yeah, some random Greek philosopher nobody knows thought everything was alive because everything it did was rational.
Does the fire have the option to not spread?
Yo,
I never said fire was alive.
we're just saying that we
Does a
as
plant have the
humans-
option to not root itself up a tree? A vine? Does it have the option to not do that?
That would be
Does it have the
probably
will?
not. No, probably not.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
so
it
it's
can
not
make
rational then?
It
decisions.
just acts.
It just does it?
Yeah, sure.
So it's
You
not
just
rational.
conceded.
Yeah.
You just conceded.
To plants, yeah. To
Okay, all
plants.
right. Do you think
I'll
that? All
concede.
right. Do you think that a wolf, like an animal, can just be like, yeah, I'm not going to feed my kids. Like I low key hate my kids.
Huh?
The
Can
like, all right.
I low key hate my kids.
Do you think that a wolf, in making?
Don't clip
I'm
me
sorry.
saying that.
I'm
Don't
sorry.
clip me saying that.
I'm sorry, dude. Okay. All right. Do you think that a wolf can just decide, hey, I don't really want to take care of my little baby wolves? It's just like, yeah, I'm not gonna give it any food, even though it's like ordered in its nature to give its offspring food. Do you think that? Yeah. Or what Saint said. Do you think that it's like?
I would absolutely say that a wolf has the opportunity to just walk away from the pack at any point in time.
No,
Does
no.
it,
I'm
wait,
talking
no. Does it have the option to, instead of like like let's say eating their kids,
Yeah, just
right?
like straight
Like does
go
it
ham.
have the option, right, when it's only it with its kids and it's starving, right? Would you say that the wolf could make a decision to simply just die instead? You think a wolf would
Yes.
make that?
So you're saying that 100% of cases, if a wolf is alone and hungry with its child, it will eat its child?
Its instinct would cause it to try to stay alive.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get you to understand. Like you could
There
say
is
that,
no,
like,
you cannot point to a single creature on this planet other than human beings that would not throw anything under the bus to stay alive.
Wait, hold on. Other than human beings, it would not throw anything under the bus to stay alive. So you don't think that? What was the name of that group that was headed west?
the box jellyfish.
The Dahmer,
Columbus?
the Dahmer Party.
What?
Was it the Dahmer Party?
I don't even know what that means. What is that?
So they participated in cannibalism because they were starving.
Okay. What about them?
So when they were eating each other, was that rational?
No.
Yo. Oh my God.
So humans have the capability of being whatever it is that you describe about nature.
What?
What does that even mean, dude? I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, I can't do this anymore.
And honestly, bro, like we're talking about rational, irrational acts for humans when it really should be like moral, immoral. You know?
Oh, I can't do this anymore. Oh, I tried, guys.
Dude,
Oh,
the
boy.
last shit was crazy. I can't lie.
I don't even
know. Yeah.
Why do you get these people in here, bro? It's like every time I'm up here, dude, it's always some guy. He's just like, wait, species die? You remember that?
Oh wait, yo, Bryce. Bryce.
What's up?
You know, like you probably don't really want to answer like any like theology questions, but
I'll answer
my
theology
friend-
questions. I just don't want to get into a big freaking heated
yeah,
thing on it.
yeah, no, it's all good. My Christology teacher, because he watches you quite a bit.
Oh.
He says like he wanted to ask you like, because I think he heard you once say like a created logos before, and like he thought that the logos was uncreated. So he just wanted to like.
Are you talking about the Logi?
Yeah, the Logi. I think it's the Logi.
Yeah, I mean, like, so God with his own will and God with him choosing to basically create the world, that also creates Logi, or the ideas of that said world. If you say that they're entirely uncreated, then pretty much like everything, right? Because you have to remember this, like the Logi that we're talking about, right? The Logi are not identical, right, to God's, or materially identical to God's essence, like in terms of the intention for creation, for example, because that would lead to a necessitarian view.
Oh, I see.
The ideas themselves, right? The content, right? Or not the content. I'm sorry, because technically speaking, in a sense, Abdul's not wrong there. They're technically both uncreated and created. It also depends on which one is being referred to, because if you're referring to, like, for example, like you can just say Logi insofar as God's foreknowledge of all possible worlds. You could say that that's uncreated, right? But if you're talking about the Logi insofar as basically the word, the world being chosen to, or the world being chosen to exist by God, right? That specific thing, if that's simply just uncreated, that's something that's always in God's mind. Therefore, God must always utilize that said thing.
The divine exemplars are.
The foreknowledge is logically prior to the decree or the will of God.
Yes, exactly. Because if you said that they're, never mind. I'm not going to get into that. Because William of Ockham said. See what I did there?
Yeah. So it depends on which one you're referring to, and it depends on whether or not it's something that just always exists, as in God possessing the knowledge of said possible thing. Or if you're talking about things which are intended to be actualized, like those things would simply be created, right? Those would be created. Because, like I said, if you say that they're all uncreated simultaneously, that is a necessitarian view, and you would have to basically affirm that everything is required to exist. Because
Yeah,
you have
we
to
can take
remember
one
as
game.
well the idea, right? Think of it like this: the idea of a possible world where God chooses to create humans would be a different idea than God saying, "I'm going to create humans." That's a different idea.
Yeah.
God
Be like
possessing
a
knowledge of a possible world where he creates human beings is uncreated. Where there's a possible world where he chooses to create human beings. Sure, whatever.
all divine exemplars are
Yeah.
uncreated.
I don't know what that means, but I think I'm assuming you're just saying the same thing I'm saying with funny
essentially.
Latin people. But
Funny Latin, Bonaventure, St. Bonaventure base, Seraphic Doctor, Vindicated, Bryce J.
Is Bryce J
I guess
officially
I guess
like,
W Bonaventure for now. I guess I don't know.
Yeah,
is Bryce
exactly.
J
Wait, say
officially
it one more
like
time. Say it one more
No,
time for the court.
no, I'm not saying that again. But I gave you that one.
Somebody, hey, somebody who has like.
Holy buzz.
Wait,
Holy
can you give me
buzz.
mods so I have clips and then I could
No.
soundboard that? W Bonaventure.
Damn. That's crazy.
You see that, guys? You know, even though I talk about Alchem all the time, I distinguish. You know,
Wait, is
I
Bryce
contradistinguish.
like,
You know, he's
Bryce,
still.
Bryce J. Are
Hmm?
you secretly like the 12th Imam of Islam?
I hope not. That sounds horrible. I hope not.
Oh, here's servant of the merciful. Me and him arguing about freaking add intra, add extra for 15 minutes. You seen that, didn't you?
Why are you calling
That's
him
what-
out? Now he's gonna come up here.
No, he is gonna come up here and it's gonna be funny. Because he's gonna be like, brother.
I'll let you talk to
Don't-
him if you want, dude. I can't handle
No,
that shit.
oh my gosh. If he comes up here, I'll just bring up some jargon argument and show him.
Jargon argument?
No, that's just, all I'm gonna do. All right, you ready for my argument? Islam is false if the incarnation is logically possible. The incarnation is logically possible. Therefore, the Islam is false. So that's all I gotta do. There you go. He can't do anything.
I've actually met a couple Muslims that say that it's logically possible, but that doesn't go against Islam because they would say it's metaphysically impossible.
No, I would take the Leibnizian account of modality. So
Leibnizian account.
Yeah.
Hope they
I
do
was
too,
gonna
huh?
say that-
That's the best part about arguing with them.
I mean, even I would say, yeah, the argument still works for metaphysical possibility.
Oh, I remember like debating a Muslim about wisdom 2, and dude, they coped with wisdom 3 because they thought wisdom 3 was literally talking about a physical death. I mean, unalive man. I love TikTok shop. I don't think I could say the D word.
Catholic Zed has something to say. Would you, to you, my
To
priest?
you,
asked
my
me-
priest asked me to do it. What? Hey, Bryce. No questions, nothing from me. I just have something I need to say if you don't mind. Sure, man.
Oh boy, it's
Oh
awkward.
no, literally, like actually, it's because of past rhetoric on my behalf. It was really heavy on my heart, and I brought it to confession. And my priest asked me to bring it to you and say that I wanted to apologize for past rhetoric and how I behave and acted towards you. I really hate having distension nowadays with my Eastern Orthodox brethren. So if you would forgive me for my actions, and if we could have a clean slate, that'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. But I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm dead serious right now. The only time I ever heard of you was one video where you're just like, "These Eastern Orthodox guy, schoolboy, and Bryce J,"
Yeah,
and like,
1000%.
and I laughed at it, and I was like, I don't even know who this dude is. And then I never saw you again.
1000%.
But I
get you.
do appreciate you apologizing. But I promise you, bro, it wasn't on my heart. You're all good,
God
bro.
bless this guy right here. Dude.
No,
That's
no,
a really-
1000%. But it was still on my heart, right? And so that's why I
Yeah.
wanted to clear my conscience up. That's
W
all.
man.
Yeah,
that's
But
so
God
nice.
bless you guys. Have a great night.
God bless
Thanks,
you, bro.
bro. Appreciate it. Yeah, man. Like I saw
you,
Catholic
like-
Zed. No, every time that I saw Catholic Zed, I always like think about it. I'm always like, isn't that the dude who just like
Wait,
had
was
like
that-
a crash out or something? But then I remembered, I was like, but maybe he saw something that made him upset, and then I kind of
That was
like,
W
ignored it.
ecumenism.
That,
know?
that dude was, yeah.
Did you just say
Yeah,
Did you just say ecumenism? Did you just say ecumenism?
Dude, is that the first W ecumenism act ever?
Ecum.
Oh my gosh. Ecumenist.
Oh my
ecumenist.
God.
You say ecumenist.
Bryce, you
Bryson.
didn't have to
Dude,
say
wait,
that, bro.
that-
I wanted to at least Abdul. I wanted to basically provide him with a little bit of just like closure of like, bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. Thank you for apologizing, but I completely forgot about all of that because I saw a video and laughed, and I was like, dang, what's his problem? And then I moved on. You know
Yeah,
what I
I would
mean?
say
Like
that-
I was just like, I have no idea who that is. But hey, I'm glad that he apologized because like I did know about it, right? So I do appreciate that he did that for sure.
And bro, this whole time you just thought it was funny.
Yeah.
Nah, low key. I get that, to be honest. I think I've only gotten slandered like one time. And
Honey, I never opened the garage, so I'm not really sure why you're asking if I left the garage open. I never opened it. We played in the backyard when we were playing baseball, so I don't.
Bryce, what are you doing, dude? You never said okay. Go ahead. El Rhetoric.
Fair enough.
Yo,
Fair enough.
Bryce, bro.
Yeah.
We gotta abandon classical philosophy and rationalist philosophy. So no more like Leibniz. Instead, we gotta rework everything into Husserlian phenomenology. That's the only way to go for now, brother.
What about
Did the
Alexander?
fathers do that, or
If they knew about it, they would have.
Can you cite the fathers on that?
They didn't know about it.
if the father? It's like when the Catholics say like freaking dude. If the fathers know who Thomas Aquinas was, they'd be Thomas, bro. Like come on. It's like the same thing.
I absolutely hate those videos, bro. They're like, oh yeah, Saint Basil was a Thomist. Get out.
Wait,
Get out of here,
Isaiah,
bro.
what's your view on Saint Basil? Like, do you think he was like a filioquist or no?
I'm pretty agnostic on that right now. I think he was a papist, but we're not gonna get into that.
Wait, you mean he was a papist, sure, but it was to
What?
Antioch, dude. It was to Antioch.
Hey, W. Hey, I
joking.
mean, if you want to be a Latin,
Oh, I get it. Yeah, he was a papist.
I
Yeah.
remember it from Bryce and Jason. Dude, because
Yeah,
it's
bro.
such a W too, because I'm Antiochian, so it's
Yeah.
like I love that meme.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. We're
What's
gonna
good,
have to
guys?
work it into Husserlian phenomenology and process philosophy too.
Why would I do all that?
Holy
Yo, Bryce
buzz,
J,
sir.
I got a question.
oh my gosh.
You think you can refute my position?
Probably not.
Probably not. Okay, so
I have
can
no
you
idea what
refute
you
can you refute the Anglo-Baptist Catholic Orthodox? So I'll tell you my doctrine, bro. Let me put you on, right? So we don't believe in papal supremacy, right? We believe that the bishops are all one, right? They all have equal authority, right? But we don't believe that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son, right? We believe in purgatory, right? We don't believe in transubstantiation. We do believe in confession, right? We
Wait.
believe that
Stop
the
right
altar
there.
faces west.
Stop right there. Do you believe that it's a real presence of Christ in the Eucharist?
Wait, I got an idea.
Yes.
Okay, so then what is it if it's not transubstantiation? Go ahead.
What do you mean?
So
I
you
said
say, like,
transubstantiation.
Yeah, you said that it's not transubstantiation, but you affirm real
I
presence.
never
and
said
what
that. I
is-
said it is.
You said you don't believe in transubstantiation. Am I tripping?
No, you probably misheard
No,
me.
he said
I
Maybe.
do believe
No,
it.
no,
said
you
it.
absolutely
He
said
said
you
it.
don't.
All right, let me
believe it, so I don't know what
continue.
you're
Let me
talking about.
continue. Right.
Okay.
We did come off the Vatican II Church, right? So you could call us Sedevacantists, but we're more like Sedeva Orthodox, Sedeva Baptist.
So
you know?
so
We
TO,
believe the seat is vacant to
so
Peter.
genuine Orthodox, GOCK.
TO?
That's our set of
genuine
Acontists.
Orthodox.
That's our set of Acontists.
Well, the thing is, I don't believe in EED. I hold to let's see. I hold to Thomas. Actually, no. I don't even hold to Thomistic philosophy. I hold to Scotus philosophy.
Thomistic is crazy.
Wait, what is the distinction?
I don't hold to that Thomistic philosophy. I hold to Scotus.
Okay. All right. So what's
The
the
true
distinction between
philosophy.
essence and energies?
There is no distinction. They're equal.
Oh my gosh. Okay, no, just leave.
Wait.
No.
What?
It's true. That's my doctrine.
Wait,
You
so
top
you
LARPing.
believe that God
You say,
created
dude, this is a
everything?
this
That's
is first off, this is word maxing, by the way.
This is
Because-
Q-top maxing.
It's
Yeah,
not.
yes, this
I
is
swear. I
Q-top.
also
This is
believe in
Q-top type
Nestorianism.
talking, right?
This is
I
literally
believe in
Q-top.
Nestorianism as well. I'm an historian. Neoclassical
Just kick him out,
Nestorian,
dude. Oh my gosh.
Neoclassical
Right,
Chalcedonian is a neoclassical Chalcedonian.
We're low key just.
Yeah, I also hold that in the historian position. I believe Nestorius held the two persons. You actually held the two natures.
No, I believe in- I believe in this next
Nestorius Nestorius was a Diophysite, but okay.
We also believe in sola scriptura.
Wait. Hold on.
Nice
Stop right
follow.
there. Stop right there. You said that that Nestorius didn't hold the two persons, right?
Nope.
Okay. Do you also hold the position that the first 7 ecumenical councils are infallible?
Nope.
Just kick him out. Just get
You get out of here,
Wait,
bro.
verse 7? Don't we?
servant of
wait,
the
Bryce,
merciful.
Bryce,
Servant of the merciful.
don't we hold to like 8 medical councils? Like 8 of them?
There's a sense in which you can say that we have 9. No, not
Yeah, because I
Blackernay.
remember. I know
The
about
Palamite, the
eighth one just
Palamite
because,
synods was called by the emperor.
The divine
That's
essence is a
technical.
perfect nature and can only result into one
Yeah, the
role.
thing is, like, I only know like the 8th
Come up,
one
come up,
because
servant.
my teacher
Let's do this.
makes an argument against it.
Let's do this, servant. Let's
Like,
box.
makes an argument against.
Did we
it.
just have an historian in
Wait,
here?
Bryce, before
No, he was
you let
LARPing.
servant come up,
Sorry.
before you let servant, Bryce, this is a really old joke, so I don't even know if you remember. But can you debunk Mormon Shiism? Wait, hold on, Mormon Shiism.
Did
Can
you
debunk
did you
Mormon
just
Shiism?
double take your own joke?
Oh, that was good.
Yeah. No, I stuttered. My bad.
Honestly, I think that's a concession if you stuttered anyway.
Yeah, it's a
No,
W
no, no.
concession, but
Nah, dude, I'm low-key
that was
shaking.
not parsimonious.
Bro,
at all.
Agan,
wait.
can you respond to so Bryce? Can you respond to Agan's video exposing the holy fire?
It's
No,
lame,
I don't
you can't.
really. I don't really care to do something like that. One, because even if I were to grant that the holy fire, and I haven't seen the video, but even if I were to grant that the holy fire is completely fake, it doesn't make orthodoxy false, so I don't care.
I
I think we should be defending it a little bit under the consideration that Greek atheists have been trying to disprove the holy fire since like the 70s, and it's just
That's
been,
I mean that's the thing though, is that like even if like for example, like I'm not saying it is, but even if it were false, for example, like it wouldn't actually affect the truth value of the Orthodox
yeah,
Church.
but we shouldn't give these people that kind of wiggle room. Like it is true though. You know what I mean?
The entire
Very
argument that
cool.
Agan pretty much makes, I'm assuming, is probably the accusations from the TOs that they like to use all the time. The TOs
No,
love to
don't
use
rise,
certain
don't rise
accusations.
the enlightened news. It's
Yeah,
the
but
exact same guy.
the TOs are like active homosexuals too. So it's like I really don't care what
That's
they
true.
say.
I can't keep you up here if you say we're on TikTok, dude.
Okay, all right. You wanna let servant up?
This
Okay,
Jonathan
but
Sure, why not?
Zoroastrians worship fire, and so they worship the same God as us. Because in Deuteronomy it says God is in a fire.
Okay,
We would say that Adam's our man.
Kettle's gone too. All right.
Dude,
Oh
I
my
don't
gosh.
say any buzzwords, so yeah.
Hold on. The
I don't
enlightened
know.
news guy, by the way, is the exact same dude that said he was an historian that didn't believe in the 8 ecumenical councils, just to clarify.
Okay.
Alhamdulillah, dude.
All right, servant, what's up, man? It's just, it's only like we've talked to each other 5 times, and I've just...
Fantastic, man. You're closer to become a Muslim.
No, I'm not.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, that's how I see it, man.
Wait,
I see
what do you mean?
the more
Wait,
you talk, the
servant,
more you talk
servant.
to me.
Wait,
Logically
servant.
speaking, you should already be closer to
Isaiah,
Logically-
you're closer. Isaiah, you're
not-
closer. You're closer to getting unlimited
Servant.
Discord, Nitro, and Jana, bro.
So
Oh my
if not
gosh.
Isaiah, if not,
Wait,
that
servant,
something is
servant.
wrong. Yeah, go ahead.
What-
What's up?
What do you mean become? Do you mean revert? You mean revert?
Yeah.
Wait, yeah, exactly. Why'd you say become then, dude? Come on.
I mean, it's
Okay.
it's
Rebirth.
just
All right, all right. What's your argument,
nuance, a
servant?
nuance, yes.
What's your argument, servant? What's up, man?
I'm saying there is no hierarchy in the divine essence,
Okay, what do you mean by hierarchy?
which means that a divine essence is perfect, should be able to
I
give
agree.
this same attributes and roles to anyone who has that. For example, Isaiah, if you and I, we have the divine essence, there will be no different roles between us. We have the same roles. Otherwise, the divine essence is not perfect. It's not unlimited. So can you
Okay,
refute this? I
what's
don't think a
what's
Christian
the-
can do that. So
I don't really... Okay, what's the argument for that?
What's the argument? Yeah.
yeah,
That's
the
a
divine
claim.
essence. Okay, if it allows a person, okay, if it's first of all, if it's unlimited, first of all, do you believe the divine essence is unlimited?
In a clarified sense, yeah, sure.
Yeah. So when a person has a divine essence, he can do anything he wants, anything he likes, as long as it's not contradicting that nature. Correct?
Okay, wait, what? Say that again.
When you have the divine essence, the person can act and do whatever he wishes. Correct?
As long as it's logical, sure.
As long as it's logical.
As long as it's logically possible.
Good. So I'm saying if the father does something X, the son should do something X as well. He should be able to do the same thing the father does. Correct? because the divine essence
We
allows
would
them
say
both.
we would say that the act itself, like every act said of God, like a creation, governance, judgment, would be said of all of them.
Yeah, I'm saying X. If the Father does X, the Son should be able to do X, correct?
Sure, I don't really.
Okay, great.
I guess.
Why are you reluctant to say yes? I understand. Is this a difficult
You're being
question?
very vague.
Well,
don't-
I
okay,
mean,
can you
like, because
continue your
I saw
argument?
the argument
I'm
that
not
you
being
attempted
vague.
to make in
I'm
the
making
past.
a basic
Well,
common ground.
I just
If the Father can do X, the Son can do the same
Yeah.
X.
We would
correct?
say that there is one will, so every action ad extra would be.
are you making a distinction though between ad intra acts and ad extra acts?
He doesn't do that. He doesn't know what that is.
Well, then
No,
I don't care
I-
for his argument. He's not steel manning us.
No, yeah.
Okay,
I-
so okay.
You haven't even
let's-
made your argument yet, servant.
Okay.
I know his.
Okay.
You know his argument.
Yeah.
Sure.
I do.
So are you saying the Father and the Son do not act independently? That's what you're saying.
Dude,
I'm asking for clarification. Relax. This is just setting the common grounds before I give you the argument.
okay. The Father can't will X, and then the Son will Y. They can't contradict each other in their will.
No, I'm talking about will. I'm talking about
They're
action.
united in their
Okay.
will. Dude.
When
It's
something
one-
happens X, who's doing it? The Father or the Son?
Oh my gosh, it's
So then
one,
the sun must also generate a sun. You don't see this coming from a mile away.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, thank you. You got it. That's the
That's your
otherwise,
argument.
yeah.
That's your argument.
So, and Bryce, we already spoke to that, and you couldn't answer that.
We first off, you and I never spoke about that. I
No,
saw
we
it.
didn't.
I watched it
No.
in chat the other day. You just recently started doing
No,
this.
you've forgotten. You've forgotten about.
I've
No,
I've
you
forgotten.
made this up.
You just
what?
recently
You-
made this
you-
up.
Yeah. There's no.
I watched
made
you.
this
I
up.
watched
This-
you on a panel with Isaiah running this exact same argument. That's how I know.
Sure.
it.
And I did not
Trash
invent this
argument
because
that you
even
might
if
have about
Libiano asks the same question to God logic, ask him
Hold on.
where does the
So-
roles in the
Libiano.
hypostasis
And
Luke.
come
how
from?
did how did God logic answer it? Because I haven't seen it.
Luke also.
He was deflecting.
Can you give me his answer? I don't care if he was. What was his
so
answer?
Libiano asked God logic, hey Libiano, hey God logic, where does the hypostasis roles come from? Right?
The imminent
He
act.
says,
of
oh,
God.
it's something is given, something is there by necessity. That the Father is the Father. The Father's paternity is always there. Where? How?
Luke, we would say that
Yeah.
nominalism is incompatible with Christianity because nominalism would necessitate that the accounts of Chalcedon is false because Christ would not truly die for humanity insofar as we are united.
Oh, that was
under
that was a chat message. Sorry, I was really confused.
I'm confused too. Yeah.
He was
I'm just-
responding to somebody in chat about
I'm just
something
helping.
completely
I'm
different.
helping him out. So like we would say that nominalism
Okay.
is not.
Anyway, yeah. Anyway,
Where
so
does the
there's a
paternity
so
come
there
from?
so there's a distinction between acts that are ad intra or imminent acts versus acts that are ad extra, which is transient.
So, Bryce, where does the paternity of the Father come from?
The hypostasis of the Father.
Okay, and what is this hypostasis? Maybe you can explain.
What is the hypostasis? That's what you asked me.
Yeah, it's not an essence. It's not like a
Okay. All right.
yeah.
So it's an individual.
Yeah.
It's an individual. Are you asking why the Father is the Father? Because he generates the Son.
Yeah, where does the Father
asking
get
why
his
the Son is the
paternity?
Son?
This is the eunomian. This
Bryce
is the
says that
eunomian premise.
hypostasis. What is the hypostasis? I don't understand. What is it? What is that?
It's
In essence, the properties.
Oh, so it's an essence itself.
No.
We can
If I-
call it hypostasis essence, not the divine essence.
Okay, let's try this. Let's use the definition then of Boethius. Maybe that'll be easier to understand. Okay.
Definitely not for him.
Yeah, probably
You
not.
gu- you guys-
an,
you guys
an
are-
individual substance of a rational nature.
Well, it's one substance. It's on its own.
Yeah, I know.
substance.
I know.
W rhetoric servant. I can kind of pre-move what you're going to say.
Okay. So let's be clear.
That's crazy.
Let's be clear. So, for example, we humans, we
Oh
have a
my God.
hypostasis, right? Or do we have we are a person?
We have a hypostasis.
We are a hypostasis.
We are. No, but we are hypostasis who have flesh, correct?
That's
Yeah,
something.
sure.
What
That,
does
that's
this have
something
to
that
do with-
composes our
Sure,
hypostasis.
sure,
Yeah.
Sure. What sort of roles can the person take as a human
Okay, no,
that are not warranted or allowed
Okay,
by the
stop.
I'm speaking, man.
Stop.
Let me
No,
finish my
no,
question.
You're already
No,
We would
that's
not
your
say.
opinion.
We would
When I'm
not say that there
speaking,
are
man, I
roles.
respect.
Can
Okay,
you
brother,
name? I have a question, man. Can you name, just for the shits and giggles, can you name a single Christian literature that's not the Bible?
you from the Catholics or from the who?
Anything.
Literally anything.
I've read some of things about Thomas Aquinas.
Like
What is it
Yeah,
called?
which one?
Huh?
What? Yeah, what?
The Summa for the existence of God. The things
Summa.
about
Wait. Summa what though?
Summa
Summa what? Which one?
Well, I don't remember. He's actually making arguments about the existence of God, right? Arguments that he took from Avicenna. He stole from Ibn Sina.
Okay.
Yes.
Stole.
Yes, he stole it. Yes.
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
but
So
Sina-
did Ibn Sina steal it from Aristotle, the contingency argument?
No, not in the same way. If you see,
Oh, it's a
What?
little. It's different when Ibn Sina does it. Though.
Special pleading.
no,
Special
yeah,
pleading.
you should. Okay,
Yo,
that's
W
fine.
Cope,
As
W
long
Cope, W
as
Cope.
as long as Thomas Aquinas makes it special that
Aquinas.
it's something Avicenna didn't do, I can accept
This dude got me defending Thomas Aquinas right now. Go ahead, keep going. What's the?
Oh,
my gosh,
Thomas
W
Aquinas.
ecumenism,
You don't
dude.
like Thomas Aquinas?
I'm Orthodox, so no.
So what? What is he? Is he a heretic?
Yes.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
would say that he's a heretic, and
Wow. Okay,
he
fantastic.
would say
I like
that. I
that.
love St. Thomas.
He said
Aquinas.
fantastic. Okay. So
Yo, wait, we don't like Imbatania either, Shervin.
No
Just,
problem,
Just to
no problem.
clarify.
No,
Okay.
I'm saying he's.
Well, Imbatania was
He brought
kinda
up
like
Avicenna, by the
couldn't
way, but-
strong. Couldn't steal man
There aren't
down
things
to
that
Damascus.
Thomas Aquinas
We
says
can
good
debate
and
that
something
any
are bad.
day.
Aren't they?
Can you name one thing St. Thomas Aquinas said, sir?
Yeah, that he promotes the marriage of 12 years old.
Son.
Are we
he
serious?
Yes, he said that.
Can you name
Are
the
we
quote?
serious?
Can you name
dude,
the
I
quote?
swear
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
promise
create.
you
I'm gonna
it's there.
create a soundboard, dude. I've been trying not to do soundboard shit, but I swear I'm gonna start making a
I
soundboard.
promise you. Okay, you want me to research this for you? Very
Yeah,
quick?
no, we know the quote.
You
you're
know. So
referring
say
to.
yes, sir. You're right. Say it.
No,
Don't
we
laugh.
know. The thing is, we're not gonna concede because you're straw manning the quote.
We would say that
I'm not
we would, hey, even if, bro, we would say.
But
that
even
our
if
code-
does he promote?
Oh my
this or not?
gosh, can you stop? Just let me talk.
Oh my goodness, man.
Okay, all right, stop rhetoric, Max.
Is that wrong? By the way, even if that was true, is it wrong that he promoted that?
No,
That
it's
doesn't
not.
matter now.
Because if
Doesn't
it's in
matter.
accordance, with the code of canon law, it's fine.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Did Thomas Aquinas? So you should know about Thomas Aquinas now. It's like you're laughing, like you were so surprised that he promoted that. Did he promote that? or yes or
Yeah,
no?
I mean, it's really surprising that Muhammad let his, little girl wife play with like dolls.
So
like,
now
it's
you're
really
shifting.
surprising.
I'm just telling you. You said what I know about.
You're gonna
Thomas
ban my
Aquinas.
stream. You're gonna get my ban. You're gonna get my stream
What's
banned. Let's
going
not
on,
talk
man?
about Aisha. No need.
All right, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I'm just giving you information that I know about Thomas Aquinas. Why I actually know a little bit about
What
the
else do you
existence
know
of
about
God.
it?
Alhamdulillah to Thomas Aquinas.
Wait.
Anyway, what's next?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
pretty much so.
now as a human being,
Oh my gosh.
the reason why we are having roles, you can be an engineer, you can be a farmer, you can be.
No.
Where do these roles come from, Bryce?
Okay, all right. Servant. Listen, dude.
You don't want to answer, man.
All right, roles. You're just designating like a title to this. Like we would say that the roles within the Trinity, they're formal constituents. That's what makes the persons what they are. So the Father is the Father because he generates or intellectually processes.
Circular reasoning, ting. The Father
What?
is the Father because he's the Father. Brother,
No,
why is he
that
the
is
Father?
not
and
what I said.
Yeah, where does he
the
get
Father
from?
because okay, all right. We don't even have to designate.
It's bad, man, Isaiah.
Father.
You get
All right,
the
We
look,
don't even
this.
have to use the language of the Father. We could just say that this person generates another person, so we give him the title Father.
Where does he get the power to generate?
We would say
Yes, that's the question. That's the basic question, guys.
Did you just say? Wait, did you just ask where did he get the power to spire?
Yes,
to-
where does
to
he get the
generate?
power to generate the sun?
oh my
Where-
gosh.
I think it's a fair question, Bryce. Are
Where
you laughing?
does
It's
he
like-
get? He gets it from his essence because he's still materially identical.
Which
to the
essence? The divine essence?
Yes,
Okay. Does the Son have the same divine essence?
sure. Yeah.
Can he get the power, right, to generate a son too?
No, because he's generated.
Ooh. you see
Yes,
it now?
but he possesses the same divine essence.
Did you just admit the
Wait.
filioque? What the hell just happened?
Brother, if the divine essence allows the person.
Keep
Listen, listen.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Bryce, you're
Go ahead.
Wait,
I'm
hold on,
not
Servant, this
clipping
isn't
this,
gonna
but you just
hold,
misspoke,
though.
man.
Please don't clip me.
He receives
Yeah,
everything. He receives
I don't
everything.
want to clip you, man.
Wait,
I
servant,
don't
don't
do
servant,
clip people
servant,
anyways.
servant. I have a question. Does he receive
Mhm.
everything, including the ability to spire?
Stop, bro. Stop. Don't answer that. Don't answer that,
Stop.
servant.
I
Wait,
didn't hear-
servant. Servant,
Sometimes
you know this-
Isaiah, I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Just don't worry about what he
wait,
said.
No.
Servant.
Just answer the question. Just answer the question. Does he
No,
receive?
no. Don't answer it,
Does he
servant.
So, Bryce, answer the
Servant,
question,
listen to
man.
me.
Okay, so what
Servant.
was your question again?
Listen to me.
My question, you said the Father generates the Son because the divine essence allows him to do so, right?
Well, his
Say
because of
what?
his hypostate. You know what? I'm gonna do it this way. So in
Oh,
the
you wanna
Orthodox
correct
view, the
yourself.
formal
Okay.
no, because first off, like we have a different understanding of what paternity means in Orthodoxy. Isaiah is Catholic, so I'm just gonna explain it a little bit of a different way. Okay,
Oh, boy.
in our view, right, in the Orthodox view, the formal constituent of the father is fecundity. It's cause or principle. So because of that, he has the power to cause another. That is grounded in his hypostasis. That's not something that's actually
Hypostasis.
grounded
It's not-
specifically
okay.
just in the essence. That's something that's
Okay,
grounded in his
so
hypostasis.
it's not necessarily in the divine essence, it's in the hypostasis, right?
Yes,
correct?
Sure.
So, but here's my question: how can there can be hypostasis between humans?
What?
Hypostasis? Yeah, between humans, for example, we
Because
cannot
the
have.
definition is consistent. It doesn't necessitate.
For
that there's a
example,
role.
can we have you and I have roles that the human nature does not allow?
But the roles
What
are
is
different.
what is a role to you? What
That's
does a
a
role
word
mean?
concept fallacy.
Okay,
dude.
okay. So the fact that, for example, I can be a father because the human nature allows me to be a father, correct? Would you agree?
It would be in a different sense because
Yeah, but-
the act in which the father generates the son is going to be imminent. It's not
Okay,
a
but
transient act.
Bryce, do you agree that I can be a father?
Isaiah just answered that. He just answered what you're about to ask me
The
again.
act
Do you know what he said?
itself,
Okay,
the
say it
act
again.
itself is transient. It's not imminent. So it's distinguished.
What?
It's
I
not
don't
the
understand.
same.
Speak English, man. Speak basic. I'm
Okay.
speaking
Imminent,
to you.
imminent means that it's internal to God himself. Transient means that it's external to God. These are two different types of acts.
The relation there between you as a father and your son is, it's a relation, and that is a role that you have.
Yeah,
And
but
sure, they're opposed, but he's entirely distinguished from you.
Yeah, but
You guys are not. You guys don't have the same existence.
What produced this role between me and my son? It's the human nature.
The act itself.
The act of you becoming a father literally made you a
Yeah,
father.
and what allows me to act on that is the human nature.
Are you talking about the grounding?
Like, what do you?
Yes. Okay. Can I be a father to my son without being human? Yes or no?
Dude, okay, all right.
Answer the
what makes
question, man.
Yeah. Okay, there's multiple things that
I need a yes or
constitute-
no.
There's multiple things that
Okay,
contribute
this
to
is
a
the problem, guys.
relation.
Is
he not allowed to clarify? He's
or we can't move forward.
He's clarifying.
Can you just
He's
not cut him
clarifying.
off?
Servant, there's multiple things that contribute to a relation. It's not just the.
Okay, give me something in humanity that it's actually applicable like that. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, you're being consistent. We would say that there's the SAN or the being end of the subject, the existence of the subject itself, or the order determined.
Give me an example. What
That
sort
which
of
it is
role?
related to. Yeah. Okay.
What-
So
What sort of role?
the thing that is going to be relating to something, which would be the father. The foundation of the relation would be the begetting, and then the order to
You're not
terminus,
answering my
or
question,
that which
man.
is
Okay,
related.
I'm asking about
He's
humans now.
clarifying, dude.
I'm asking about humans right
Okay,
now.
what is?
Can you be a father without being human? You.
Okay, when we say father, insofar as God, it's completely different.
I'm
than
talking about
humans.
humans first. Let's talk. Say yes or no about
Wait,
humans.
hold on,
No,
servant.
no,
You
I
believe
don't
So you
that
don't
the-
want to even grant me
said
the
no.
humanity?
Wait, servant. Why are you
Oh,
gonna compare?
why are
it
you
to
reluctant
God?
to grant me something you should agree with? What's this is
Wait,
dishonesty, guys.
servant.
I would never do this to you guys.
Wait,
Yes, you
servant.
would.
Servant.
No, I would be
have a
fair.
question, servant. Servant, I have a
This is
question.
why I think
Wait, servant,
Christianity
I have a
is
question
false
for
because
you.
you're not honest, guys.
We're honest.
Wait, servant.
what
Wallah,
are
you're
we
not
even
honest.
saying? We're not even talking.
I am testifying that you're not honest.
You're talking
Answer
to
my
a
question.
wall, by the way. You're talking to a wall, by the way. I never made
Am
any
I?
sense.
I asked.
I
the
literally,
question 3 times now.
I answered your question. Like,
Can you?
5 minutes
Okay.
ago.
Can you be a father
Yeah, you did.
without being human? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. How so? Please.
because the way in which we define father is completely different. So the way in which we define it in respect to humanity. Okay, but anyways, I'll grant what you say. Okay, all right. We can't be a father. We can't be a father without being human.
All right,
Okay,
man,
what does that do? What does that entail? Go ahead.
Okay. All right, good. So finally, I don't want to be you confuse yourself. Just say something clear.
You're not confusing me. I mean, just go
this
ahead.
is not rocket science, man. It's basic, man.
I mean, yeah.
So you agree that you cannot be a father without being human, right?
Go ahead.
Sure.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Make your point, man.
Yes. So if the two persons who share the divine essence,
my gosh,
the divine.
Here we go.
Yes.
No way.
If there is a role,
There's actually just no way.
It's like I knew it was coming.
If there is a role,
it's like a GPT bot.
man.
It's like it's actually like a GPT bot. It's insane.
It's hey, everybody knows. Everybody can testify.
Wait,
Everybody
Servant, by
that was
the way,
here
when
knew
you're
that
speaking of father, we're gonna define it
Oh my
differently
gosh.
when we're describing it to God.
The father.
We're gonna describe it
Go ahead and
differently.
leave, dude. Go ahead and leave. You're an idiot.
Yeah.
You're an idiot, servant. You need to repent and turn to Christ.
Dude, I feel like
Immediately.
with the wisdom 2 argument would work against him too. Like, holy dude. I
Dude,
don't
he
think you
would
can
like
track it
somehow
down.
make up something that nobody's ever freaking heard.
Did you? All right. I know I'm not crazy. Did y'all see me try to distinguish the way that father is
Yes.
classified? And immediately he just like I granted it to him, and he just went there. He's like the two divine persons.
The
two divine persons.
For
Immediately.
sure he had ChatGPT open right next to him. No shy, he didn't. Dude. You
There's-
sound like a
I
bot.
mean, it's atrocious.
Yeah. He went to like character AI like with Muhammad in the side, dude. Just talking to Muhammad like next to him.
Ibn Taymiyyah level argumentation. Dude.
Talking to him, but then yeah, dude.
What's up, Bad?
What's going on?
Chill out, man.
You guys Christian?
Yeah,
Yeah, we're Christian.
we're all Christians.
Become a Muslim before it's too late, man.
Wait,
Why should we be Muslim? What's the issue with Christianity?
What church do you guys belong to, first of all?
What?
All right, I'm Orthodox.
Yeah, I'm a Roman Catholic.
I'm Orthodox too, but like we can just for like the sake of argumentation, actually no, I'm not gonna grant.
Don't
that
worry
at all,
about
never mind.
don't worry about it. Ed, what's up? I'm Orthodox. What's
Okay, yeah. So
Mm.
the problem that I have with the Christianity is the Bible. You know, is been written by 40 different people. You know, collection of 66 books.
so your
if at all-
your issue with the Bible is the fact that it's a collection of books.
No, I didn't say that.
People for you
So-
said some people.
No. So let me give you my objection. So the reason why I deny the authenticity, because the all-powerful God, you know, he could have just came up with one single book, you know, telling you what to do and what not to do and what things he believes in, not written by 40 different authors, you know, and even early Christians didn't know those authors. I don't expect you guys to know them as well.
All right.
And
So what, like, with that being said, right? What makes it to where even if the Bible is written by many different authors, how does that make it any more true or any less true than the Quran?
it makes it less true because the all-powerful God, he could have just, you know, give it to one single person and, you know, revealed it to one person.
Okay, but I
Okay.
do have a question.
Well,
Let me answer, yeah, because if you just jump in,
No,
everyone's just-
Bryce, you go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
I apologize.
So
Go
he
on.
could have just gave it, and also if you look at the
he could have
Bible,
just
what
gave
is-
one book, right? It's a so it's a parsimony
a
thing with
simple
you.
book. Yeah. But that's the problem. A simple book.
Okay.
Not telling
So
me
then,
about-
yeah. So now let me
one
let me
second,
go
one
ahead
second.
and
Not telling me, you know, the 10 cases of incest. I don't need 10 cases of incest. And you know, other history and everything. Yes, there might be stories that he wants to tell me, but not telling me 10 cases of incest. I don't need those incest cases. Yes, if you want to tell me 1 or 2, then you know to tell me that it's bad. But I guarantee you on the truth, those 10
I
cases
do
of
have a-
incest, he
can
never
I ask
says
a
that
question?
it's a bad act.
Really
So
quickly.
that's one of the examples, the things that are
Yo,
written in the
Ad. So
Bible, I
wait,
find
are you familiar with the like the Torah?
Yes.
All right, so you would say that it was originally, like you could find a prophecy of Muhammad in the Torah originally, but you would say that it's like corrupted, right?
I don't believe in the Bible.
Oh, no, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. But in the Quran, it says that the Torah would reveal Muhammad. So do you think
Yes,
that
not
book
the
was
Bible.
originally
Yes.
authentic? Yeah, but that
Yeah, not
book
the
is
Old
not.
Testament.
The Torah is in
That
the Bible.
book. That
According
book
to who?
is a conglomeration of.
According to who, host?
What?
Oh my gosh, bro.
You said the
What do
Torah
you mean?
that was given to Moses, according to Muslims, is the Torah that we have today. According to who?
That's not what Isaiah was even getting at.
That's not what he said.
He was
That
not
was not
trying.
my
Wait,
question.
He
I'm
wasn't
not
even
talking
trying
about
to make that
Isaiah.
argument.
I'm talking about the Old
Wait,
Testament.
Isaiah, as in the dude who's in this call.
Yeah.
Irrelevant.
Okay, all right. Okay, no, it's okay.
Wait,
All right. Let me
actually,
just
I
get into
wanna
my
ask-
point. Hold on. So
Yeah, actually, I'll ask you.
because
You want to get to your point, but can someone answer my question?
okay, no, I'm asking you a clarifying question because I think that it's important because
You
your whole
wanna answer
point,
the question.
your whole antecedent relies on the fact that it wasn't simply just revealed by God, right? It just wasn't casted down as just one single book, right? Okay, but you would say that the Torah originally points to Muhammad. Yeah, it was in our tradition written by Moses, and I don't know really what your tradition would say. Do you think that the Torah is divinely inspired as well, in the sense that
Yes,
God came
the
down and it
original
was
Torah,
received?
yeah.
So
Not
you
the Old
think that
Testament.
there's two books then?
What books?
The Torah and the
Is
Quran.
the Torah identical to the Quran?
So Torah was for the time of Moses. And then
Okay,
the Injil was for the time of
Okay,
Jesus.
so there's
Allah
two
revealed
books.
2 books.
No, that's like
because that's for different
self-refuting.
people and time changes.
No, you just conceded.
No,
Are
you just gave us the whole argument by saying that.
One
You
of
know that,
one
right?
of you guys, please, because both of you are speaking.
Okay.
I don't know which
You
one.
just
And the host is getting
you
excited
just
as well.
gave
I don't
us.
know. I
Listen,
don't know why it's so getting excited, boss.
because what you just said conceded your entire problem with the Bible. Do you understand that? That he gave different books to different people at different times.
And if you say they're the same, why does the Quran talk about itself, dude? That's just absolutely absurd. So
What's the question? What's the question?
Okay, all right. So your entire it's really just an objection because your entire premise is on the part of the Bible just being a conglomeration of books or a collection of books written by like multiple different people. Okay, and you said that why didn't God just reveal us one divine book that was not written by a conglomeration of different people? Okay. I mean, you can still maintain your position after this. I still think my refutation is consistent. But you would have to say, because the Quran attests for the Torah revealing Muhammad, you would say that the Torah is, and as you said earlier, revealed to a different set of people, but it's still revelation from God on a written account. So you would say that there are two books, and you can't say that they're identified with each other or they're the same book, because if they're the same book, the Quran reveals itself, and that doesn't really make any sense, does it?
That's not what I said. Stop putting words in my mouth. I never made such claim.
I know you didn't make the claim, but if you try to appeal to that, what your conclusion will lead to.
Hold on. Let me clear my position, because I don't want host to get excited again, and then you guys get.
Dude, oh my God.
So I said that, the all-powerful God could have given the book to one guy, like Quran was given to a prophet.
Okay, was the Quran given to Moses and the Torah given to Moses, or was it given to different people? Just answer my question.
Let me finish my point.
No, can you just answer that question?
No, I can't. Let me finish my point, then I'll answer your question.
Because that whole point just falls apart as soon as you just answer that question.
How?
Because it's received by two different people. If you say that, okay, Moses received that book and he didn't write that book, it's still consistent because Muhammad received the Quran. Or you would say that these different set of people, or this one person received the Quran.
No, that's...
It's still two different books, dude. All is two different books.
Wait. So Bible is the collection of 66 books.
Oh my God.
I'm not saying that, why did God not come up with one book? I'm saying he could have just given it to one person, not written by 40 different authors, according to John.
You're still not tracking this at all, and it's insane.
Okay, did Moses receive?
Did Moses? Let me try. Maybe if I ask the same thing that Isaiah said, maybe you'll get it. Did Moses receive the Quran or the Torah?
Torah.
Is the Torah identical to the Quran?
What do you mean identical?
Oh my God.
Is what is written in the Torah identical to what is written in the Quran?
You mean that they're the same, or
the words? They're the exact same words.
The words.
The exact words? Hell no.
Okay, So there is two different books now,
Mhm.
right? That's provided to two different people, right?
Mhm.
In two different time
Not 40.
frames.
Not 40. Yes.
Okay, so now the Injil is in between both of those, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And both of what?
The Injil was revealed to Jesus, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the Zabur was revealed to David, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so now we have 4 books written technically. I know obviously that you say it's from God, whatever. It didn't fall from the sky; they had to write it.
Transcribed.
It came from, right, 4 different people in 4 different time frames, right? And would you say, question for you, if you had the Torah in it perfectly contained, the Injil perfectly preserved, and the Zabur perfectly preserved, and the Quran perfectly preserved, would you read all 4? If all of them were perfectly preserved.
Well, that's not true. I mean, so I wouldn't answer that.
What? That's
It's counterfactual.
it's just a hypothetical,
if-
man. If the
Well, I don't
if
do
the Torah,
sorry.
what the heck you mean? You
Raziel,
don't,
thank you for the
I
sub.
don't do that. Yeah, did it happen? No. So why are we talking about that?
Oh my gosh, dude.
you're not even understanding what I'm trying to get
Am
at.
I understanding your question?
If there is a possible world where, for example, the Torah, the Injil, the Zabur, and the Quran are all 4 perfectly preserved and all 4 of them were written, would you not read all 4 of those books?
I don't do it because I answer the question.
You what?
You don't do hypotheticals?
Yes.
That's idiotic. That does not follow any logic.
that's just bad faith argumentation.
According to who?
That's actually just bad faith.
Basic,
According to
yeah.
Okay, bro. There's no point.
Hold on, ad.
That's
Thank
just
you for
that's
still
so that's so incredibly bad faith. Like, bro, like you would say yeah. No, everyone would say yes to that. They'd be like, yeah, dude. If I had the Injil, I'd definitely read the Injil. That makes sense.
Such a bad argument, yeah. W still, man. Bryce,
That
W
was
still,
actually
man.
like quite a that was actually like really bad faith in my opinion. I was gonna run like the wisdom 2 argument after, like yeah, we're gonna be finished.
Yeah, thank you for the sub, Raziel.
Yeah, dude, appreciate it.
Dude, I got a screenshot
also-
of Bryson J at least, bro.
Also, the real Espada for $2 super chat. Thank you very much. They said, "Love your content." Appreciate that, man.
Wait,
Listen.
Bryson J, please let me clip like the little finger thing, like the little magician thing, dude. I didn't
Bro,
get a clip.
I already did it.
Dude,
Multiple
my
times.
phone. No, it doesn't matter.
Bro,
I'll
I'm
just
not doing it again.
you're probably just gonna post it on YouTube anyway, so like I'll just like clip it.
All right, Bryce. If this is an atheist, you got to use my argument. I'm playing. I'm just kidding.
No, dude, I'm trying to freaking get to reaction
it's
stuff
an atheist,
eventually.
we're
It says chill stream in the bottom.
It does, yeah. I don't know why. I don't know why these rhetoric makes.
Well, because I'm doing Q&A, but then it always turns into freaking. Never mind. What's up?
Flat, brother.
Dude, the profile's like.
Yo,
Yo.
Yo, I swear I know this dude. Wait, do I know
hey,
you?
hey, Bryce, this is Jay, by the way.
Who?
Who?
Jay.
Jay is in
Dyer?
who?
No.
Man.
Which Jay? Oh, yes, the Calvinist. Yeah.
I mean, I switched up.
That's just
my
what
profile
I
name.
that's just what I remember you as. But yeah, no, I know you. Yeah, what's up, man?
How's it going?
Oh, I'm hanging out. It's been
Wait, how do you
a great night
remember?
so far.
How do you remember me?
Were
dude?
you predestined to be on the live?
Real, bro. But yeah, anyway, yeah, no, I'm doing good, man. It's been an amazing night so far, I think.
Yeah, there hasn't been any like frolicking good Christian conversations.
I know.
It's just been incels. lately.
Yep.
Dude, why you exposing me like that, son? It's crazy.
But no. Bryce,
Dude, I want to
remember.
watch Tim
Dude,
Pool versus
Bryce.
Andrew Wilson on the nature of God, bro. I got it. I want to watch it so bad.
What are we doing?
Bryce, is this true? Is this true? Like theologian maxing right here? My mom like got it for me like recently.
Yeah, if
Just
it's a
truth or
book of
rebel.
Saint Gregory Palamas, absolutely.
I want to get his book on like the procession of the spirit, because like my only argument right now is like the hypostatic property argument, but like it's kind of bad because it's not, I don't know if it's bad or not, because I just like I'm not the best at
Well, I mean, the
running them.
hypostatic. I'll be honest with you. The hypostatic property argument is a straw man of the Catholic position, anyway.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Because like they don't believe
I feel
that
like-
they don't
yeah,
believe that
'cause-
active spiration is actually like a hypostatic property. They believe it's a notional property, so it's not something
Yeah.
that like would apply to.
Yeah, I feel like
it wouldn't
most
wouldn't
people
formally
run it.
constitute either the Father or the Son.
Yeah, because I feel like most people who run it don't actually know the argument. Like
The
my
formal
teacher knows the
constituent.
argument. Like I've seen him run it. It's like pretty good, but like I can never like I don't know. I can never run it because like I'm just like I'm low-key low tier.
Just go to Saint Photius, man. You'll be fine.
Honestly, not even that, dude. Like I would, if you can find Saint Mark of Ephesus syllogistic chapters against the Latins, that's that's one of the best ones. In my
Oh.
opinion.
Isn't that on your server? Or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely.
Hey,
look at it.
quick question, Bryce. What constitutes as a chill stream? Like,
I wish
can
I
I ask
knew.
some questions?
I wish I knew what constitutes a stream as a chill stream, but every chill stream that I do, they are completely random. Like last time that I did my chill stream, we basically just talked about a bunch of like internal Orthodox controversy stuff like the entire time. Like we just talked like in Discord basically. So I mean like, oh, and then right at the beginning of my stream, I had a debate that made me almost freaking break my keyboard because of how dishonest the person was being. So again, I have no idea. So you can ask questions. It's a Q&A. Like that's part of the chill stream as a Q&A thing, for sure. If you're just curious.
I'm just here.
Yeah, that's part of the chill stream is just hanging out, answering questions, maybe reacting to some stuff that's going to make us laugh, or reacting to things that then we can also educate people on if something's wrong, blah, blah, blah. Which is why I am going to eventually going to react to Tim Pool versus Andrew Wilson on the nature of God, because that sounds enjoyable, because I know for a fact that Tim Pool nor Andrew Wilson do theology too often, and I would love to see that happen. Anyway, yeah, you can ask a question, Jay. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, what is the dietary restriction for Lent in the Eastern Orthodox Church?
So for Lent, we basically are like full-fledged vegans. We don't partake in meat, dairy, eggs, fish, unless it's a crustacean or invertebrate. So we can have invertebrates. Like we can have like lobster and crab and whatnot.
Is it for all days or?
Yes, it's for every day of Lent. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, and no oil, depending also on your and the type of oil that you can have is also based off of the church that you're a part of as well. Like sometimes you go to a Serbian parish, they don't allow any oil whatsoever. You go to like an Antiochian parish, they allow olive oil. And then like it's
Yeah,
also
I think
it's also technically
we
up to the
allow-
priest though.
Yeah,
At the end of the day.
We allow oil, but I think it's only on the weekends. I don't know. I have to get up with my priest because I'm not doing the fast because like more like family problems.
That's
kinda.
that's all up to you, bro. That's something that you deal with yourself.
Yeah, it's a local synod.
That's the best thing about Lent is that like your participation in it is between you and God, bro.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I definitely have to go to confession about it though. Hopefully, I don't get like excommunicated in like 2 days.
What are you talking?
What are you talking about,
I'm
bro?
joking. Nah, that's how I'd be joking like my Christology.
My wife actually just sent me a message correcting me on something. She's kind of like a Lent master. She said the fast is altered by the priest based off of personal limitations as well. So, you know, like if you're somebody who has limitations to certain dietary restrictions, like for example, like some people can't process vegetables like well at all. So they may allow them to eat other things in replacement of it that may not be the standard of the fast.
Yeah, God isn't.
There is a generic list, right? But it's between you and your priest on how you're going to actually participate in that Lent.
Yeah, it depends on how trad he is.
Correct. Yeah.
It's a local synod. I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Yeah, dude. Local synod. You know what I'm saying? Economia.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna become Eastern Catholic so I can LARP with Bryce J.
Nice. Be one step closer.
I guess
to
I guess I have a
epic.
follow-up question about that then.
What'd you say, Bryce?
I said you're one step closer to the epic trad-based truth.
Okay, let's not just. We need to stop adding adjectives to like epic trad based.
I have to. I have to do
like
it. It's a clarifier.
Good clarifier, dude. Yeah, you just need to join the Thomistic, parsimonious, scotistic, Bonaventuran church that thinks that all the Cappadocians followed the Thomist position. You know, because apparently that's what every Catholic apologetic thinks on YouTube. I don't really understand that. People are like I seen this one video pop up and it was like, Jay Dyer wrong on the Cappadocians. And it's like Essence Energies is like the thing. And it's like,
it's one of the videos that I was going to react to.
Wagner?
Yeah. No, sorry. I was going to watch this recent video that he made called One Irrefutable Argument Against Eastern Orthodoxy. And it's a picture of St. Gregory Palamas and it says wrong about God in text.
Do you want me to watch that video, like keep all the quotes, remember the argument, and then use it against you one day? Just like
not if I react to it right now, because then I just have a precog to all your arguments.
No, you ain't get a precog. We're just gonna go straight in.
I do. I get to precog it.
Oh my gosh, we're doing it right now.
It's my camera. There's my camera. So apparently this is a theology debate on God, like God's nature. So this is going to be fantastic to listen to.
This is going to be horrible.
No, it's going to be epic. We're going to listen to it.
It depends on what you mean by epic, like Epic of Gilgamesh epic, or because I don't think this is the kind of
epic of Gilgamesh epic, or like epic as in like I just saw a duck do a kickflip on a skateboard epic. Like what do you mean by that?
Yeah, it's like the Gilgamesh. Dude, look at that duck, man.
Dude, that was so badass.
Holy dude.
Just keep flexing the Fiji.
This on?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it, bro. We get it.
I only be drinking that water from Fiji, bro.
Oh yeah, Bryce. Wait,
with the same amount of microplastics as everything else. What?
What is this on? What video are we watching now?
Tim Pool versus Andrew Wilson on the nature of God. I'm excited to see it. Because I'm also terrified to see it. But I am going to give complete honest thoughts since Andrew Wilson is Orthodox. If he says something that may be theologically incorrect, I'm going to correct it and explain it properly. Or also just kind of like, I'm just going to review it in general. It's like 30 minutes, not crazy. So I'm not watching an entire debate. But I'm excited to see this. Is the Proto-Evangelion of James held as semi-true in historical context? I mean, it's held as a I mean, at least in the Orthodox Church, like we do believe that James like wrote it, but like it's just not considered in the Bible because like it's kind of like an extension to the biblical story, so it doesn't really pertain to the Gospels by itself.
I think you're an atheist.
Okay, well, that makes no sense.
You're making the best. You're making the picture of God.
Show me some of your videos. So the first one was your conversation with Dave Smith. We've kind of had a prolonged conversation about the existence of rights, him taking more of your perspective, I'm disagreeing, and then we were both kind of interested to see what you would say with this. So
we'll start with what a right is.
Yes, okay, so like I'm totally down to agree with you that a right is an entitlement without duty.
Okay.
And then my perspective would be that the existence of the obligations that we can both exist necessarily creates rights. And we both agree that you have an obligation not me, I have an obligation to not you have an obligation to wherever you are speaking to me, speak the truth, not lie.
I don't. Like you've already made supposed axioms that I don't agree with. You've already created suppositions that I don't agree with. So where does the obligation that I don't you come from?
Presupposition. Presupposition, by the way.
Theory of supposition. William
Do we
Babaka.
not agree that God gives an obligation to both of us? No, I didn't say. I said.
Yeah. Then.
Wait, you have a...
Bro, I swear, just before I continue this, I just want to say this right now. Isaiah is like the type of friend that you have where like you're talking about something and then like out of nowhere he walks up and he's like, did you guys see the FNAF movie?
Yo, I am not that. All right, I guess, man. I guess, bro.
Did you guys see the new episode of Fallout? That shit was peak.
Yo, dude.
right to not someone?
Didn't the second one?
Well,
come
he's
out?
saying he said there's an obligation not to.
They're both great.
Yeah, but
Where's this obligation to not do a thing?
Oh yeah, I would say Exodus.
Yeah, okay.
Like
So you're saying you're looking at through the prism of Christian ethics.
Oh yeah, both of us, like we all come from the same
Okay,
perspective.
I see. So
like
you're-
all the Christian fundamentals, like we might have minor doctrinal differences, but like I'm
Got it.
totally good to agree with you on all the Christian fundamental presuppositions. So
Okay.
so I'm not disagreeing on that point. My point being that when God goes and gives you
He's so
an
done already
obligation
just
to
with the
not
question.
me and me an
You
obligation
mean a
to not
duty?
murder you
A duty?
yes, sure. Duties. You have a duty to not murder me. I have a duty to not murder you, and so on, and and similar other things like you to not lie to me to not lie to you. These things, these create rights, just by the instantiation of the obligation or by the duty.
That's okay. If you were to put this in a syllogism, that wouldn't actually make any sense, right?
Duties aren't right,
So
right?
just because you say if you say you have a duty, you were given a duty to not or me, that does not then instantiate that you have a right to not be by me. That's where you're making a fundamental mistake. Where does that right come from?
Yeah, so this is where
I have the
like, Eric mentioned, my friend and I,
obligation, but you don't have any right.
They only have the right to defend themselves.
Don't even have a right to do that.
Well, shit,
you can defend yourself.
Yeah,
or does it become a right?
Or
So the thing is like, where does the duty form into the right process? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, it's that you basically can't have one without the other.
How? Why not?
Yeah, so I would say, well, I guess I would.
I kind of see where he's coming from. Like, I've never actually gotten really big into like the ethics of like the difference between like human rights type stuff. You know, it's strange, right? Because there's some people in Christian camps that would say that we do have human rights because of the fact that we're made in the image of God. That there's certain things that we naturally not ought to do or naturally possess as a thing for ourselves. But there's also another camp of people that would say that, oh, there's no human rights at all. There's just duties, or there's just things that we should do because God is the grounding agent for that said thing, and God is the only thing that grounds that said thing. I'm kind of in the middle of those. You know, I don't know.
Wait, what's the other position? The first position you mentioned?
The first position is that God basically made us with the inclination of basically possessing rights because we're made in His image, right? So like that's the first position.
I think that we are ordered to God, but we are made by God to naturally be able to come to.
Wasn't our position? Wait, mistake me if I'm wrong, but isn't our position technically just like, when God says we're made in His image, like us in a sense being able to like be in His operations?
In his operation, I mean, I think it would
not
be
in. I meant like share.
like I think the intellect and the will, sure, the capability, rational thinking, the acts of intellect, sure. I think that's the proper way to interpret it. It's not going to be like anything like, okay, God is.
Bro, chat is railing Mezio right now. It's hilarious. I can mistake me if I'm wrong.
That's like the worst thing you can say, dude.
That was so bad, dude. That was just like, can I get a please burger cheese? It's like the same type of shit. It's the same beat.
No, because I've been up for like since like 5 or 4 a.m.
Am I left, bro? Am I left?
I'm on like a caffeine crash, dude. So it's generally just bad right now.
Start with,
Plus
I
my
would say,
English
well,
has.
I have then
At least you're not an
an
alchemist.
entitlement to not be. And we could go and look
But the third Five Nights at Freddy's game is the best one, in my opinion.
at particular
No, it's not. It's the
I'll
worst
just say this.
one.
It sounds to me like you're not a Christian. The argument you're proposing is that Christianity is subjective and only partial. Therefore,
Oh
the right
shit!
cannot
I
exist
can't.
because
Hold
God's
on,
law,
I cannot
God's
show
word
that
is not
server
mandate
in
for
this
all.
under this.
Trey, are you asking me?
That's what I hear from you.
Oh no.
When he
That's
says
a
the
gate.
opposite,
That's a
I'm
gate.
saying,
I
I'm
can't
saying
do
that God is giving you a sequence of duties, not any way
Sorry,
any
guys.
rights.
When God says, "Thou shalt not,"
That's a duty.
the presumption is that we, under God's law, are protected from being.
Nope.
Wait.
Where's that presumption?
I don't know if the presumption is that God has ordered you not to.
Yeah, that's right.
Thou shalt
God has
not.
ordered me not to you.
Right. So there's
why does that suppose
my entitlement
that you're
God has told you
entitled to not
do
get?
it. Because God told you not to do it.
No, God told. Okay, that makes no sense.
How,
Well, how
explain.
does it? How does it follow? You
Bro, Tim Pool, I cannot freaking stand how dishonest he is when he argues. Like it actually
Wait, which one is that guy? The
blows
bearded?
the dude with the freaking the dude with the beanie. He is
Yeah, I
so
agree.
like that just logically follows. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does.
Yeah, I watched him argue with Dyer, and I was
He
like,
kind of reminds me of like Jay Dyer when like Jay Dyer ever gets pressed on something.
I mean, like that dude. First off, that was an immovable object facing a unstoppable force. By the way, that debate was hilarious. I loved that.
Dyer and him, dude.
Yeah, that's an immovable object and an unstoppable force.
Yeah, there's something going on. Rhetoric maxing.
Literally, you can't do it.
I love Jay.
Jay is just fun.
I love Jay.
Debates, in my opinion.
No, he is. He makes it enjoyable, and also he's very, very good at rhetoric to the point where he's really good at convincing the audience.
Nick Fuentes was actually good, basically.
Wait. So like, if I believe in the papacy, and I have to affirm that the most universal jurisdiction is the true papacy, and then there's like a contradiction supposedly in the papacy that I currently affirm, but Jay's papacy is relatively universal in the sense that its jurisdiction spans out to all the diorites. Would I just be like a papist diorite?
Yeah, you become one of us.
If God says I cannot do a thing, that means you have a right to a thing.
Yes.
Thou shalt not buy a house, but you have a right to.
You have free will. You can.
Where book chapter verse, bro. Thou shalt not buy a house, but I have the right to. Yo, dude, communism in the Bible. Boom, boom, boom.
Thou shalt not own private property.
Yeah, exactly. Thou shalt not own private property.
As soon as you say like thou shalt not steal,
thou shalt seize the means of production. Am I right?
Yeah, it's not thou shalt not steal. It's thou shalt borrow.
Thou shalt borrow.
Thou shalt not borrow.
Thou shalt not
from yourself.
Thou
shalt not rent from
which is
yourself.
the argument you're making. People who are not Christians will
Thou shalt not apply interest rates to loans.
violate God's law, God's word.
Well,
so then it's not right.
There, I would even go. I would even go one
the
further
presumption
than
that
Tim.
I don't understand what you're trying to say. That rights are things that are impossible to happen in the real world.
Both of these guys are equally. They're both equally like spiritually Israeli, if that makes any sense. I'm just gonna let you play the video.
they're the Star of David.
A right is entitlement absent a duty. And I'm saying that the things that.
So if you are Christian,
hang on,
you can't.
Yeah, that's a duty.
What word are they using?
I generally do not know. Actually,
I agree with that. I agree that Christians have duties.
Like words.
What I don't agree with is that Christians have rights. So there's no real right to life.
Yeah, see, so I agree with Andrew, like on the whole aspect of like saying that people don't have like rights naturally, like in simpliciter. There's nothing wrong with that, right?
Right. Big word.
Die at birth, right? You don't really.
Bryce, how do you get out of PoE? Oh, really simple. If God chose to actually get rid of all evil in the world, you'd cease to exist. GG.
They have a right to do this.
Exactly, because
and
we
also
are predated.
God's nature can't be contrary.
You
So
think babies don't have a right to life?
well, hang on. I'll explain. God's nature can't be contrary. You agree with that, right?
Elaborate what you mean by that.
So God
Can't contradict himself.
Yeah, he can't make a God more powerful than him.
Michaelites will win. Michaelites. That's a real thing.
I disagree with that.
Is he talking about Pope Michael?
No, he's talking about Nihilist, the TikTok guy, I think.
Oh my gosh.
So you're talking about, good God create a stone so heavy he himself cannot lift it. God can do anything.
That's
no way.
There is
literally no way that Tim Pool thinks that this argument actually does something.
This is like
there's no way he takes all
worst
powerful
position.
to literally be all powerful. I don't get I
That's
don't get
incoherent.
atheists who
It's
think
not.
that.
Logic only exists within the confines of God's word. God's word is beyond your comprehension.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. So,
first off, that was a word maxing statement. That was all a word maxing.
So just to clarify, if God is the being of all beings and we are related to him insofar as that we have being, we are in the image of him. Because with respect to creatures, we are related to God insofar as that we do exist. And these properties that are set that are good of us are just imperfections that when we perfect, we can attribute to God himself. Okay, now I don't want to get into university, but
logic
that's
is
not what I'm
is
doing.
Ooh, secret SCOTUS.
Transcendental category. And since it's a transcendental category, we know it exists, even though it's not physical. But all things bind by it. Part of God's nature has
Jesus
to.
God?
Don't say part.
Yes.
Would
But thankfully, Tim's a nutcase, so he would never catch that anyway.
Jesus be able to lift a 5-ton boulder?
Sure, there's nothing logically wrong with that.
Yeah, dude. Plus,
There's nothing wrong with
everyone knows
that.
Jesus
I'd say
is
it's metaphysically possible too. Don't at me.
Michael, I have an argument for God in my medium. My favorite argument for God is the modal epistemic argument, but I think that like the easiest argument is probably the argument for motion. I think that one's consistent.
Then
Nah, dude.
There's no
I low-key-
contradiction there.
So
Of course, Christ
certainly
can
Jesus
like, lift 500 tons.
did perform miracles.
Because
That's there's no contradictions with those. So those follow the lines of logic. God's nature still has to be logical because it's part of his nature. His ontology is logic.
So
I see where he's getting at with that, but that's his nature.
We would say that because God.
I would say that logic is represented in logi.
Yeah, I think that logic. We can apply logic to God insofar as we can say beings are logical. It would make no sense because we would say that God is above being, which doesn't make any sense at all. God exists; He's in conformity with Himself.
Yes. So basically, logic is something that's derived from the order of all logi, or they call it the logos, right? Lowercase l, logos, right? The logos of all things, or the logi. All of them are intertwined with each other, and they're ordered, which then represents logic. It's not something that, technically speaking, is just identical to God's nature. You wouldn't want to say something like that.
My point
God, you're saying God can make a burrito that's so big he can't eat it?
Of course.
What? That's incoherent. That's like,
dude, W argument. I'm writing that down.
That's so stupid. I can't.
Can God create a burrito so big he can't eat it? What is W?
Wait, that was actually a funny analogy.
That's a good one.
That is absolutely based.
That is based.
It's literally not.
It is. It's totally. That's literally the definition of incoherence.
It's
totally incoherent.
Literally not.
See that right there? Do you see what Tim just did? It's not.
Yeah.
Answer it. It's not. It's not incoherent. I have no argument as to why it's incoherent, but it's not incoherent. Go on.
He sounds like a weed eater in the summertime. Like you walk outside, it's like a weed eater. It's like revving up there. Like he's in the background. He's a little weed
How is it
eater.
not? Okay, go ahead.
So I can use it.
Oh, you said go ahead. You'll mark that down. Andrew Wilson has started.
W rhetoric.
W rhetoric. I love go ahead.
I can use an example like programming.
Why did you run from Eric? Dude, who's Eric? Who's Eric?
Eric Ibarra.
Okay.
Dude, first off, I've been
Dude.
back and forth with that man on Twitter.
I can program a video game in which I have
ran from me actually when I was a Shia Mormon.
Yes.
absolute authority over the
Like I
whole thing.
said,
I can change the rules at any moment. Within the confines of this game, I can create a rock that my avatar cannot move.
Sure.
Yeah, and Andre, that's the reason why I'm actually reviewing this, right? Because, like, I know obviously that, like, he admits that he's not like a theologian. So, like, I like actually watching things like this because then I can kind of like explain, more from like somebody who likes theology. I'm not a theologian. Somebody who does theology, just in general studies theology, to actually kind of like provide that, right?
I can program it so that my mouse can't move it until I go into the BIOS.
And you both program the video game and not program the video game?
Bryce is afraid to debate Elohimist. That's elite ball knowledge. That guy's crazy.
Yes. What do you mean?
What? How do you... So you can make a video game that you never made.
What are you trying to say?
Can you make a video game that you never made?
Yes.
What?
Oh, brother. I've debated Cartesian.
Did he just say yes?
Yes, he said yes.
Dude, I don't understand why people hold to this. It's just like, can we even make logical statements about God if God isn't conformed to like contradictions? It doesn't make any sense because then.
Dude, is Elliot from T ball knowledge? It is ball knowledge because T stands for the Elliot argument. I know about that. I actually have the book.
Who is that guy, bro? Oh my! I see him on my TikTok all the time. I'm just
It's just a weird ass version of tag. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I literally can only make games I've never made. I don't make the same game twice.
No. And you
Unless
both
it's a
make a
sequel.
game while at the same time you're not making the game.
But I don't understand.
Can the game exist and at the same time?
Yo, Isaiah, question for you. Would you rather have unlimited bacon but no games, or unlimited games but no games?
Good question.
Exactly.
Good question. Good
Nobody
question.
can ever answer this question. Christians can never answer this question.
Time not exist.
There is a reality where, yes, quite literally, it's called the paradox. Paradoxes are things that exist within the confines of our logical.
No, that's a contradiction. A paradox is different than a contradiction. Tim,
a paradox is self-referencing, by the way, to the beginning of the proposition. That's not a contradiction by itself.
Yeah, it's a tautology. I'm just playing. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I apologize.
But basically, like, a paradox is not something that automatically is a contradiction. He's fully right there. A paradox is just something that refers to the beginning of a proposition, again, based off of the answer.
You
Like
cannot both.
It's like when Bertrand Russell develops his issue or contradiction or paradox, the Bertrand Russell's Barber paradox and set theory. It's not like a contradiction. It's just a set of all stars.
Yeah.
Me and you. You can only be you.
You don't know that.
Well, yeah.
Wait, what?
A paradox is different than a contradiction. Tim, you cannot both be me and you. You can only be you.
You don't know that.
Like, this can't be real, bro.
Yo, this is
can't
the
be
greatest
real.
epistemological statement of all time.
This
He
can't be
doesn't know
real.
if he's him or not him.
Bryce J confirmed SSPX. I did admit that if I were to ever become Roman Catholic, it would have to be at least bare minimum SSPX.
I deny Vatican II's material. Never mind. I'm not.
I said that if I ever was one, I would be a bare minimum SSPX fanatic SCOTUS, and you can't stop me.
Crap, dude,
Well, yeah, dude, because it would violate the law of non-contradiction.
So this is where I feel like you're running into a problem. You think you know God.
No, I only understand that God has to have a nature, an ontological nature.
And
like
you don't
everything.
and
The ontological nature. That's
An ontological. What does that even
Hell
mean?
yeah,
dude?
hell yeah. It's
The study-
that would be
the
a
study-
that would be a tautology.
what you think you know of
Definitely.
God.
God
is
tells us his
looking
nature.
looking through a keyhole through a 800 bedroom
This is
mansion.
based on what God tells us his nature is.
Yes, and God can't. You can't comprehend higher dimensions. It's
Yeah,
physically impossible.
This is an energy. What you're talking about is what's called an essence energy distinction.
Oh boy, this is gonna be. I'm so excited for this part.
I'm excited. This is great. I never thought he would be able to pull this out.
I agree with you that I can only participate in the energy of God, but I cannot understand the essence of God. That I agree
I
with.
don't think you're a Christian.
Okay.
If you affirm EED, you're not a Christian. He's a Catholic. I'm
This
just
is
kidding.
okay. Even as a no, don't do that. Don't do that. No, I would never say that.
I know. You're one of the cool people. I get it. That's why I have you up here all the time.
Yes. There's no.
Yeah, but we do like to jab each other with knives sometimes for no reason, so it's all good.
But bro, the energy's composition is just. But composition is just.
So you're a polytheist.
So you're a polytheist.
There's a simple question.
This is Catholic dogma, Tim. I don't think you're a Christian because you're disagreeing with me on the nature of the.
Can God create a boulder so heavy that He Himself cannot lift it?
No.
God is
Tim Pool's admitted multiple times that he's not actually a theist. He just literally steals Christian ethics and just holds to them.
exists outside of the confines of this logic in which you think you exist. God is so far beyond you, you cannot comprehend this.
He affirms Christian ethics because of the fact that it yields good results. That's the reason why he affirms them, not because of the fact that they're grounded or that they actually have epistemic capabilities of justification or anything like that. He holds to them because of the fact that they have results. It's ridiculous. It's pragmatic, bro. It's just pragmatic.
What's good, Bryce? God bless.
So,
Yo, what in the world am I watching right now?
Tim Pool and Andrew Wilson argue about theology. It's amazing.
Lord have mercy.
If God can lift a rock, is
Guy
asking
needs to
like,
stick to politics.
it's a stupid question because we are one tragigillionth of the universe. And
Yo, tragigillionth, bro. That's the holy moly.
The amount of jargon words involved.
Yo, this rhetoric is insane.
Yo, tragigillionth, bro.
I've never heard that word in my life. How many zeros is that?
Dude, that reminds me of the argument that I made forever ago about somebody who basically affirmed it was the Elohimist guy. He affirmed that basically every single person in the eschaton will become a hypostasis of God, basically.
What?
And yes. So I basically said, so you affirm a future octobolinity. That was a word that I used. Tragigillion, bro. Dude, it's a Brazilian dollars, bro. Like.
And you are
Have you read Quine? No.
supposing God lives in your rules. That is
Do you hate analytical philosophy? I think it's demonic.
that is reductivist,
It's
earthly,
demonic.
one-dimensional
It's demonic
thinking.
in and of
Yeah, so
itself.
Yes.
But when applied, when Christians apply it to argue against other analytic philosophers, it's okay. So it's okay to like Oderberg. Certain Orthodox Christians, I'm sure, study it. It's just like don't ever claim to be an analytical Polymath. I remember sending Bryce a screenshot of that somebody's profile. That's embarrassing, dude.
That shit was funny.
That is hypocrisy.
Adrian, I'm talking about the octobolinity, bro.
Saying there's universes where there could be contradictions.
I'm saying
Could I interject here with a
Yeah.
question on the nature of God for Tim? Tim, do you think that God could be, instead of a supreme good, supreme evil?
I don't know that there is such a distinction.
I don't know that there's such a distinction. What are we doing, man?
That was
Why is he talking like that?
Like
That was
holy
an optimistic statement.
holy Orlos. Like the way that he said that was so freaking, oh my god.
Sound like he just inhaled helium.
The Michaelites are analytical Palamites. I don't know. St. Gregory Palamas would disagree with all this.
That is signs of apostasy. If you're
God,
an
as the
analytical
creator of all
Polymath-
things, is not going to be.
Literally everyone that comes, especially directly after St. Gregory Palamas, the way that they talk about things like EED and stuff like that,
What's up,
like
Mark?
it's verbatimly against like a ton of the stuff that people would say in that category.
Good nor evil.
What?
I'm not a Christian.
But I mean, it would. Okay, so.
Well,
So-
no.
Dude, he got freaking stun locked by that. He's like, what? Like he just lost it from that.
So the thing is like what
I'm
you're
not even
saying,
asking-
what you just said is, I understand the nature of God.
No,
I understand that this being who lives in this different dimension that I could never fathom.
I'm saying
could
God
neither
doesn't-
be evil nor good. That's you making
Bro.
a declaration that you understand the nature of God.
No, it's that I would not describe God as good or evil because God exists outside the confines of human comprehension.
That is the most platonic thing I've ever heard in my life.
Goodness itself.
Holy
Okay,
moly,
sorry.
that
I was about it.
that was platonic, bro.
Whoever sent me something, I don't know who sent me something. I love you. Bartholomew?
Okay.
To
and can
assert
exist in
that-
contradiction?
Because
If I
contradiction
could-
exists only within our reality.
No.
You cannot comprehend what exists outside of the
Literally, the laws of logic do.
Yeah, he believes that good and evil are subjective, and that the monad that exists outside of time and space has nothing to do with that. Like that's just it's not
I
Neoplatonic.
think
It's
this
just
whole concept
Platonic.
is just thank you for whatever you sent me. I appreciate it.
Bryce, my friend just told me that he sprayed 96 sprays of a cologne. That's really bad.
I'm gonna die.
He's probably gonna actually like low key lose his smell, like his sense of smell for a while.
Not actually exist physically in our reality. They're transcendental.
Yes, Jay dragged him. Like really.
He just
bad.
says transcendental. Oh my gosh.
Categories. They govern our reality.
W tag, dude.
I
but
don't
they
think you're
exist.
Christian.
Okay, what? Well, this is all.
You're saying
this is
God
all Christian
has to
dogma.
follow these rules. Period.
No, I'm saying that God.
Sadly, tag goes straight over Tim Pool's head, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah,
he's not the right he's not the right person to talk about
You
tag.
can't
with.
invoke.
It's just
You can't
not.
invoke any sort of those arguments. You gotta like involve like an infinite regress. Every
Has a
time.
nature like Tim has a nature. Like, for instance, okay, your nature as Tim, the things that make up you. You have a heart and you have lungs and you have things like this, and your heart and your lungs and things like this do work inside of your body that assist your body in moving and functioning and this and that. They're part of what you are. To take all of those things out would change who you are. Okay? This is the same thing with God. We're just saying that there's a part of God's nature which he has shared with us as part of his nature,
Part of his nature?
as the Logos. The logos, part of it.
Yo, did you see that? Did you see the guy inside the chat? He immediately called that out because he's using the word part.
Part? I said.
Was that you?
Me?
No, you didn't say that. Hold
It's
on.
the same thing with God. We're just saying that there's a part of God's nature which he has shared with us as part of his nature.
Only part.
As the logos. The logos, part of it is logic.
Oh, did you say that? Never mind.
Only part.
What is what?
Yeah, but that would mean that part of God's nature is to not violate logic.
Did God create this universe, or is this universe just a function of God?
What does that mean? What does that even mean?
What does that entail? It entails entailment. That's what it entails. Go ahead.
I gotta pee, bro.
All right, I'm gonna entertain everyone. Ask me a bunch of questions, guys, about ontic parsement. I'm playing. What's up, Damascus? But yeah, we would not say that God is like above logic. That doesn't make any sense, because God is a being. This is definitely the most video ever. Bryce isn't gonna wash his hands. Yeah, I think I'm like there's definitely an issue in these statements, because you would essentially be saying that logic does not apply to God. But if logic does not apply to God, we cannot make any sort of propositions of God. We all SCOTUS in here? Yes, we are based. I'm not a SCOTUS, but Bonaventure is equally as based. Bonaventure is actually more based than John Donne SCOTUS. Am I a logical monist? What does that entail? God exists logically. GG, yeah, he does. But I'm not I would say I hold to Aristotelian foundations of logic. Just the classical view.
There was a video that Jim Bob wanted you to break down from Joshua Sijuwade. I'll watch it after this. He said it's like 10 minutes. Okay.
God created the universe.
So God could change the rules?
Well, no, that would be illogical.
God could not change the rules of the universe.
No, it would go contrary to. So it's like what you're asking me is this: what would it be like if fire wasn't hot? Well, now we've changed the fundamental reality of what fire is.
So I'll simplify it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I believe our.
Yo, that was like directly from Aristotle. That was legit.
I mean, I think what he's saying is true. There's only a certain respect in which God could change things, because the way in which we conceive of things, and like let's say that God made man irrational, that's like a contradiction, because man is a rational animal. What's my argument for God? The modal epistemic argument. It basically says,
go ahead.
Every first order proposition. If a first order proposition is possible, then it is knowable. The proposition, or the first order proposition, God does not exist, is unknowable, therefore it is impossible. Therefore God, or the proposition God does exist, is necessarily the case. Because the way that I would define God here is just a personal first cause. I'm not sort of implementing any case of like God being possessing of these omni properties. I think the order in which we should argue is by hierarchy after you supplement this argument, because most atheists would concede that a personal first cause has no contradictions and it's logically possible. And I'm yet to find a proposition given an existential claim that an agent cannot know, like God. And if you try to switch it and say, okay, impersonal first cause, for example, or a cause that is not God, well, if God is logically possible, then God would know that this impersonal first cause does not exist because he is the personal first cause. Therefore, that proposition is knowable, that the impersonal first cause is not the case. So anyways, I have a paper on it. If anyone wants to read that, you can just message me.
Cool.
Our reality, first of all, what we think we know in science, there are higher dimensions we can't perceive. This implies, as most scientific discoveries in the last 130 years, if we choose to believe them, for instance, the electromagnetic spectrum, humans, or air is my favorite example. Humans did not know that air exists.
Theory of air. The theory of air.
Wait, did you air theory?
Air theory.
Wait.
They couldn't perceive it until there was this guy who was showering who realized that there is matter in and all around us. There have been new.
Is that really how we discovered to call air something? There's no freaking way if somebody was showering and just went, what's that shit outside the water though? There's no way that somebody did that, bro.
What am I breathing, son?
What am I putting in my lungs, man? What is that?
Numerous instances where humans realize that things we can't perceive exists. And that is indicative of humans don't know nearly enough about the universe, and that we do know. The discovery of the charged electromagnetic spectrum revolutionized human thought because we didn't realize that what we touch, smell, see, and hear as reality is less than a millionth or a billionth of what reality actually is.
Or a trillionth or a zillionth. Who knows? Yeah.
Or a tragillionth.
We're just at this point, we're just jargon maxing with numbers, man. I don't really...
Not understanding dark matter. We are a speck in a massive universe on the ass of a mosquito relative to what God is or could be. Humans saying, I know...
And the universe is a tragillionth years old.
The nature of God is arrogance that defies the idea of what we know we are limited in thinking. That is, the average person thinks...
So he's like a deist. He's like a deist because I think that like he thinks, I don't even think he affirms that God is personal. Like, because remember when he asked about the function, like if he said, did God choose to create or was it a function of God? I think he was like asking, is creation something that's natural to him or is it something that's, that he willed?
I don't know. Cause I mean,
I think he affirms a necessary creation or like just that it's like an emanation of the monad or something.
Thinks infinity is a number.
Yeah, but
that
makes no sense because all the things that you're saying right now.
Well, most deists end up as being Platonists. Like, I mean, that's usually just what they collapse
attributes are trying to define the nature of God, even though you don't think you are. If you're saying, for instance, if you say,
want to put God in a box, I'm saying God
no,
exists beyond
it's
our
the opposite. So if you say God is so complex you can't understand it, you have actually given me criteria for the nature of God. If you say God is timeless,
lack of knowledge.
Yo, he just refuted apophaticism, by the way. I'm kidding. But if you say you can't know what God is, then therefore you made a positive claim about God's essence.
I will say this is like the first time I've watched him. This is the first time I've watched that guy debate, and it's not like some woman he's yelling at for being like an absolute. Like,
no, he low key actually is doing pretty dang good right now.
No, he's not doing bad at all.
God is timeless. You've given me criteria for the nature of God. If you say God exists in the 19th dimension, you have now expressed the nature of God.
The tragillionth dimension.
God. Okay, so what we're doing is the same exact thing. I'm expressing to you the biblical nature of
He's
God.
predicating things
what
of
God
expresses in the Dionysian sense.
You're making an atheist argument to me.
It's not atheist.
So
it's the opposite. It's dogma.
Atheists are the ones who argue to me that the universe is mathematical, logical, cold, and it is what it is. It is functions as such.
No, they're physical.
And literally none of what Andrew said came to that conclusion. I don't know how. I don't know how he got.
What does cold even mean, dude? What does that even mean?
I don't know. Yeah,
the universe is cold.
That's that's a word. That's a word, Max. That was a word.
Yeah,
Max.
And Einstein.
Actually, no. That was what's the opposite of maxing something? Minning.
Depriving something.
Depriving. Word deprived. He's word deprived.
Einstein God, which is an atheist view, is the view that God is a God of science and that exists.
Dogma counter and cool word counter too. Thank you, Adrian. I appreciate the counters you're giving us right now.
As some form of the universe. And then...
Would you debate Twax? Depends on what he wants to talk about.
My view of God is that God exists beyond and that our concepts of physics are just components of what God has created, and God is likely beyond our own perception and comprehension.
But you've said a bunch of things here that have entailments. God creates. So we know that for sure, right?
And in science, nothing can be created.
If God creates and God was the first thing, then that means God was uncreated.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so if God was uncreated and God created, now we know something about the nature of God.
Certainly.
That's great. That is great. That is a great response to that because he affirmed he affirmed the Orthodox apophatic view, of course, of only using apophatic terminology for the essence by saying uncreated, right? Because that's something that you can
truly Dionysian.
Yeah, this is Dionysius maxing. This is good.
Yeah. So this is my whole point. And so we could say the same thing, right? Same thing here.
I think you're an atheist.
Okay. Well, that makes no
you're
sense.
Making
but
the best. You're making the best case argument for atheism I've ever heard.
How?
Would you debate Torn? I have no idea who that is.
That God is what we experience in the universe is what we would describe as God. It is the definition of everything
So
atheists have ever argued.
I think
to make.
his issue fundamentally is he thinks that a coherent position of theism is basically saying that it's almost like fideist. He's saying that like we cannot discover anything about God nor compare him with creation because God is above everything. All these principles
So
we can't even define
have,
him.
so you just have to have pure faith.
Yeah, pure faith fideist. He's basically saying
who is better,
blind.
Juju or Lucas? I have not ever seen Lucas debate. I've only ever seen Juju debate.
I'm not even making arguments to you right now. All I'm doing is expressing to you
God
that
is not all powerful.
No, the opposite.
You said God can't create a boulder he cannot lift.
No, because
every single
Yeah,
priest
do you know what-
and theologian I've talked to has said the opposite.
No, none of them. Their dogma literally would prevent them from defying the nature of God. Not a single theologian on planet Earth who's a priest has ever said to you, Tim, God could create a God more powerful than him. That never happened.
they said
Except for
not
James
possible.
Martin.
Claim
Sorry.
to understand.
I'm sorry.
Instead of who?
I said except for James Martin.
Oh.
The power of God is arrogance to assert that you know what God
I'm
can
not
or
saying
cannot
what
do.
the power of God is. I don't know exactly what the limits of all powerful are.
No, you're saying
All
that
I
this reality is a part
Yeah.
of God and is what it is, and it's uncontradictory and unchanging.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that
Jarvis, tell me everything there is to know about apathetic theology right now.
the laws of logic, right? The law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle are part of the nature of God. We know this because this is how God created everything and how God expressed to us he creates. So if that is the case, we can understand that that's part of God's nature.
Knowing God
I
by his
think-
effects, nice.
Dude, he's doing a really good job. It's just
Yeah.
the language. I don't really like his use of part. He uses it way too much.
He's just saying it nominally. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but it doesn't even matter with who he's talking to.
Yeah.
But
No, Tim Cass
True.
does not EO Sero at all. He's like a deist, like Platonist. He's like, he affirms Christian ethics for its functionality, the fact that it works, but he doesn't actually believe that the Bible itself like legitimately tells us about God. Like he thinks that that's just a man-made story, but the ethics derived in it function well for society, therefore we follow it. And then you affirm basically the purely apathetic God of deism.
more masculine Ben Shapiro. I'm sorry.
He will not defy his nature because it's his nature. Will not defy.
The nature of God, as you described it, is the universe.
No, it's not the universe.
No.
The
Oh my
universe had a
God.
creator.
What?
Nature, because it's his nature. Will not defy.
The nature of God, as you described it, is the universe.
No, it's not.
He just said that there's no contradictions, and he's just like, okay, therefore it's the universe. Okay, what?
I don't. How does he actually come to these conclusions?
I
Like,
think
I think he's listening. I think that he's listening to reply. I think that's what he's doing.
Exactly. Yeah, no, he's genuinely not learning anything.
Like
think
I
he's just,
guarantee you, if Andrew freaking Steelman checked him once, Tim would fall apart instantly. Like just one. Can you repeat my question? Just ask it once. And most of the time, well, first off, most of the time people can't do that because when you're debating, people listen to reply. That is usually what a debate is. You're listening to something because you need to have a response for it, not because you're actually trying to take that information and go, okay, that makes sense. Because first off, nobody's going to do that. Right?
No, nobody does it on TikTok at the very least, bro. They're always like, oh.
Not the universe.
Who's the best after St. Gregory Palamas? Can't mention St. Gennadios. I mean, his best friend, St. Philotheos Kokkinos. David Dissipados was somebody who knew him as well. St. Nielos Kabasilos as well. He was a disciple of St. Gregory Palamas.
We would say probably. Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm
No,
just
you're
not
good.
gonna.
No, you're good. Or St. Mark of Ephesus has a work on EED. It's called Against Manuel Calicus. Yeah.
Wait, Bryce, do you think that the Sacred Heart is Nestorian?
I don't know. I haven't studied near enough of it. I've heard the arguments for it being Nestorian, but at the same time, like I know that the worship is still the latria is still applied in your guys' view to the Trinity, by the adoration of what is it, dulia to the heart, hyperdulia to the heart. What is it?
Are you talking about what we give to the heart itself?
Yeah, like
Relative
adoration.
Relative latria.
Relative offering. Like what is that? Dulia, hyperdulia.
Relative latria. It's latria.
Relative latria. Okay.
Yeah, it's
I
relative.
mean, like, I haven't looked too much into that specifically, so I mean, I'm not really gonna make a claim like that, but I think that it's just incorrect, like because the Orthodox Church denies it. Like it's kind of like I'm gonna say this, and this is gonna piss people off. I don't agree with the Immaculate Conception because the Orthodox Church disagrees with it, not really because I have an argument.
So you think it's coherent?
Conception. I don't think it's logically impossible.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
that. But at the same time, I just disagree with it. And I don't believe that it's correct. I think that was something that was an innovation still. I still think that it was innovative. I don't think that it was basically, I don't think that it was something that's historically, I don't think it's historically accurate, things like that.
We need to debate on the Immaculate Conception. I'll SCOTUS max you.
No, I don't. That's the main reason why I don't debate against the Immaculate, people against that. Like me and Dion are great friends. And like Dion asked me like at one point if I wanted to debate about Immaculate Conception. I said, no, because there's some fathers that we do have that gave a position that was extremely similar to it. Like St. Gonadio, for example. Right. Like, and there's Sarah, like obviously we would hold the position that the Immaculate Conception was not exactly something that was taught by the fathers based off of their wording of sin and things like that. Right. So like in our view, right, something like the Immaculate Conception doesn't work for the way that we view atonement and Christology.
Yeah.
Right. So like that's the main reason why. So that's why I'm saying it's not logically impossible. Right. I'm not saying something like that. I think that God very well within his own bounds would be able to do something like that. Why wouldn't he? Right. But at the same time, like I just don't think it's historically accurate to say that occurred because it's a historical claim. Right. At the end of the day, the Immaculate Conception is a claim about history and a claim about the ontology of Mary based off of history. So I disagree with it historically.
It's a very hard position to supplement for historically. I think that SCOTUS even in his writings of the Ordinatio, because it's something that I've came to many times because I'm really interested in Mariology. It's very beautiful. But
Noel, if you want me to steelman a Roman Catholic position on that, because I have heard them actually reply to that question when it says why wouldn't he do that to others? He would basically do something specifically for Mary for the economy. Right, he would be doing it for the economy in order for Jesus to basically fulfill certain prophecies like Wisdom 2. Wisdom chapter 1 verse 3 specifically, where it says that wisdom does not dwell in a body of sin. They think that refers to original sin in the Catholic Church.
I like SCOTUS's position on the incarnation as well, to be one with humanity, because I mean you could buy the Immaculate Conception because we would say that she was atoned for in the sense that her atonement was distinguished from the way that we are atoned for because it was at the moment of her animation. Quite differently from how we were atoned for at the cross itself.
Yeah, and I mean, like different Orthodox Christians also have different views, like especially even like in the history of the church on like the level of justification for Mary when it comes to like the degree of when she was cleansed of her original sin. So that's the reason why I'm saying that I don't exactly sit here and like debate against the Immaculate Conception, because at the end of the day, people like St. Gonadio, for example, like he affirmed something that is not heretical to say in the Orthodox Church called the dispassionate conception, where basically the parents of Mary actually had a perfect form of intercourse, basically, where there was absolutely no passion involved in said thing, and so she was basically cleansed of her original sin from being birthed. Right, that was when she was cleansed of her original sin from the process of going to birth.
The guilt is in the act itself. That's what constitutes the original guilt.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
The universe had a creator.
Yeah, it's because of the fact that basically, like intercourse, for example, is pretty much impossible to do without subjecting yourself to some form of passions, which is the thing that passes on the stain.
That's why we would say that Mary is a virgin, essentially.
And that creator had to be uncreated.
That's why being a virgin also is more pious, technically, in some senses.
It's only permitted, really.
And
technically, you're supposed to try to get married, blah blah blah. But like, it's for continuing generations, of course. But it's for the economy, right? Did Augustine teach the Assumption or the Dormition? I mean, Like I don't think that Augustine taught that Mary didn't die. That's not even dogma in the Catholic faith. Like they don't like they actually have disagreements on that too. Like just like we do. Like there's some people in the Orthodox Church that will say she was assumed, and then there's some people say that she died.
I think if you can prove the Immaculate Conception, then it would.
I would agree with you there. If the Immaculate, I'll put it like this: if just for the Catholics, right? If the Immaculate Conception was true, the Assumption I think would be the necessary doctrine
because
of the
you would essentially be saying the human nature in itself is incorruptible. Therefore, she had to be assumed.
Yeah, she couldn't die technically, right?
Yeah,
universe is a part of God.
Why Jesus.
That's a Gnostic belief.
That's what you just said.
No, I didn't say that at all.
You said
it's a Gnostic belief to believe that everything
logos
is
of the
parts
universe,
of
the
God.
logic, is a part of God.
Wait, where would the passion be in insemination, though? Wouldn't that edge case refute that idea? Due to the fact that you have to actually develop passions for the person that you intend to inseminate no matter what. Right? You have to have a lustful passion in some way, shape, or form to perform these actions. And because of that, you're technically speaking let me put it like this. In the garden, right, prior to us being on this earth, right, the way that it is now, right, the way in which Adam and Eve would have had kids if they would have never fallen would not have been the subject to thinking that they're hot or something, right? Like I hate to say things like this out loud, but the topic's going. Adam wouldn't have to get ready. Does that make sense? All of these things are necessary in order to perform intercourse. These are all things that, technically speaking, are still passions that exist within us that are not part of the deified nature.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense because we would say that Adam didn't have any children with Eve because he lacked the passion or the ability. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the reason why that would be.
Is everything in existence right now a manifestation from God? It's not manifested.
No.
What does that mean?
Logic is part of.
Bryce never checks YouTube chat. I've been responding to people on YouTube chat. That's not true. I literally first off, I just read the thing from TPG. I have the chats right next to each other. I swear.
Of God's nature. You're saying that because the universe is also governed by logic.
But to be fair, though, I look at the TikTok chat more because it's moving a lot faster. So there's a difference.
Rules that means that it's part of God. That doesn't even follow.
You said that.
No, the opposite. I'm saying the opposite of that.
So God is illogical.
No.
Bruh. Like I just don't understand how Tim possibly just comes to these. I think he's doing it on purpose. Like it actually seems like he's doing that on purpose. By the way, Sarah, De Trinitat book 25 doesn't exist.
That doesn't even make sense.
There's only 15 books of De Trinitat.
Sense either. What you're saying, all these things you say, they don't follow from one another. So you have to back up to the beginning.
So you said the logos, God, the logic, God is non-contradictory.
Yeah.
What God cannot create a boulder that he himself cannot lift. Yeah, that is illogical.
No, because it's against his nature.
Does everything in an existence exist independent from God, or is it a manifestation from God? What?
Everything that does exist has its own ontology in the sense that it doesn't.
I don't even think that's a dichotomy. That's not a true dichotomy.
Yeah, I don't need.
What does that mean?
It means that you can't do things which defy your nature because otherwise you wouldn't be you.
Explain his nature.
I just did. Part of his nature is the logos and the law of logic. That's part of his nature.
That cannot be changed.
Yeah, I suppose God could change his nature.
Oh boy.
Andrew, you were doing so good.
We're doing so good, bro.
No, oh my gosh.
Way, bro. Oh my gosh. It's over. Was Jesus a manifestation of God?
Oh,
Jesus is the incarnate Son of God. Jesus is the Word, the eternal image of the Father.
Oh my gosh.
That is one of the worst things ever because he's
that's a blunder, man.
You can tell that he's just trying to sound or just trying to move on the conversation.
But why you can't change your nature? You wouldn't change your nature.
God can't change his nature.
You wouldn't change your nature. That's
what. So he doesn't want to say that God can't do that, so he's just saying that he wouldn't. Yeah, that's still not right though. It's okay to say that God cannot change his own nature. There's nothing wrong with that. Because God being all-powerful is something that is confined to his nature. He's all-powerful insofar as what is in his nature. So he can't change his nature. Technically speaking, he would be changing his power or his capabilities. Meaning that he could have capabilities now that he may not have if he were to decide to change them. You cannot do that. You cannot do that one.
It's the right way to phrase it. You wouldn't change your nature.
Or can he not?
Could he?
Yes.
I don't know. But I don't think it matters because your nature is what matters.
So you agree with me?
No, I don't agree with.
Do you plan on reacting to Wagner's video still? I'm going to react to something that Made by Jim Bob wanted me to review after this.
With you. What you're saying is antithetical to
the
actual
Wagner
God.
vid is a little too long. Actually, no, it's not. It's like 17 minutes. It depends on how long we go for, okay? Because I don't know how long I'm going to stream yet. I'm going to go till at least 11, but if I'm vibing, maybe I'll stay up.
No, the beginning of the conversation was me saying...
Depends on how my wife is doing as well, because if our baby that we have is torturing her, then I'm going to go help her, of course, after 11.
Just a baby. It's just a baby. God could change the rules as he's created them, and you said he could not.
No, because the entailment of could is a violation of nature. So if it's a violation in nature and you wouldn't, you might as well say couldn't.
That's not an argument to what I just said.
It is an argument. If I can't make Tim not be Tim because Tim has a nature. Could
I don't know what that entail. What does that mean?
I mean, is he talking about? He may be talking about nature just in the, maybe just in the particular sense.
Maybe, yeah. Because nature, if that's what.
I don't know. Because like the individual Tim, right? Like that would be something. The individuation that would be your hypostasis, right? So there would be things that. So there is things of you, right, that you can say necessary to your hypostasis, but not essential, right? You can say things like that. And then the accidents, right, would obviously just be things that are added onto you that don't change your hypostasis, or that do, technically speaking, change your hypostasis. But there is things that technically ground the absoluteness of what you are, which would be the faculties of body and soul.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's necessary for you to be you. Right. And your identity is rooted in the composition of these two things.
If he's talking about nature in respect to the universal, like the essential properties.
Would Tim, if I gave Tim a different nature, do a different thing than his nature? Yeah, sure.
So
what? Can't make Tim not be Tim because Tim has a nature. Could Tim, if I gave Tim a different nature, do a different thing than his nature? Yeah, sure.
So
what does that have to do with anything?
You think God is limited in his capability?
Well, you
no. That it's such a dude, it's ridiculous. Like how if I were to say that God is limited to his own nature, they assume that means that basically God cannot do everything according to anything outside of his nature, which that's not what being omnipotent means. Because this entire argument is basically trying to make him affirm that God is not omnipotent. That's the entire point of trying to make arguments like this. If you say he's limited, then he's going to basically do the reductio. Okay, well then God's not all powerful, right? But they don't realize that when we say that God is all powerful, that God is omnipotent, that is according to his nature. That is something, he does things according to his own nature.
Everything, is in accordance with itself or the nature.
You would have to tell me how that's limited.
What's up, Chris? How's it going? Chris Lestrange.
God cannot affect the rules of his universe in a way that would defy your view of
Wouldn't.
What? Like, okay, I think he's trying to say, could God change logic? I think that's what he's trying to say. Is that what, maybe that's what he's asking. Andrew.
His questions are very
no, and here's what I'm gonna say no, but hear me out for a second. All right, the reason why God can't change logic is because of the fact that the logic in of itself is something that represents the order of all of the logi, right? In terms of the order or the design in which God basically, dare I say the word thinks or knows things. Right, it's a imperfect representation of the order that God chooses, the order that God knows, things like this. All of this coming into a combined
I think
tool that we have.
Utterly God. Yeah, I think it's expressive of God.
Yeah, so then with that being said, I would say that God cannot change logic because of that, because it's already a representation of the order in which God does things, which is proper to his nature. God's nature can't change, therefore logic can't change. GG's.
And if he wouldn't, then he couldn't because he wouldn't.
That's also, oh crap. That's also the reasoning behind why that we can say that something, if something is logically possible, right, in all possible worlds, like that kind of applies to stuff like that.
That is not an argument.
Well, not only is it an argument,
then God is not all powerful. See, look, they literally just don't get it. Like freaking, of course, free flies right over his head.
But Tim,
you are literally saying nothing.
Tim, you couldn't fly, right? Whether or not you would fly, okay, or could fly.
Someone needs to rip his beanie off his head. I need to see his hairline, and that's coming from me. Any man who wears a beanie 24/7, unless they're a monk, have hair issues. They're bald. They're bald, or they only have hair on the side of their head.
Yeah. Genuinely.
If you wouldn't fly, you couldn't fly, right?
You're not saying anything.
Bro, what am I not saying?
He has shown his head on my end.
Can God do things
that are outside the violation of his nature? He won't do them, no.
What is his nature?
Part of his nature
I've
would
seen
be
it.
logic.
It's bad. Well, here's the problem, and a lot of people don't even know this. And this is me like just researching like hair health because I've been trying to get like my hairline to get better by like taking products and stuff like that. Something that I learned is that if you're somebody who consistently wears hats, it actually messes with your follicles, bro. It messes with your hair growth. And a lot of people don't know that. Octavian, for $20, thank you, brother. That's fantastic. He says, bro, the best background decorations you came up with is disco lighting for the polyhomos.
You just unlocked Bryce, dude. That was good. That's a good stun lock right there.
Dude, Octavian comes in here, sends me a big ass super chat, and roasts me literally every time.
Okay, yo, free, dude. God can change things in respect.
So what you're saying
if it's logically possible.
There is a logical structure to God that he cannot change.
No, could change. When you
would not.
When you say potentiality for could, right? It's irrelevant to the view of will not.
Can do it. He doesn't want to do it.
Possible. I don't know.
Yeah, no, you just say no. No, he cannot. And then you argue as to why that does not make him not omnipotent. You don't ever admit that God can change his own nature in any sense.
Bryce, if we...
Go ahead.
No, continue.
Oh, no, I was just going to word Max just now.
Yeah, if we ever do debate each other, can you, like, give me a freaking, like, cool title, bro? Like, the chief of Lullists or something.
The chief of Lullists? Have you even read a single work from him?
Yeah, that's who I've been studying. Raymond Lull.
Raymond Lull. The friggin' esoteric legend, bro.
He's like Origin of Alexandria, except he's a better Origin of Alexandria because Origin was a
he's a Catholic Origin.
No, don't say that.
Isn't he Catholic?
He's Catholic, but he's not a Catholic Origin. Don't say that. It's like contradictory.
Okay.
Because I don't understand the limitation of all powerful.
Which is my first point.
Yeah, but it just doesn't matter.
To assert that God could not do a thing because you can't understand it.
Yeah, because wouldn't here is what we're focusing on.
So how do you know that God wouldn't do a thing?
Because he told us.
What did he say?
Inside the Bible, he's
Specifically.
he's very descriptive about his nature and how he operates.
Tell me what he said.
We'd have to pull up the Bible so we could go over it.
But which part of the Bible?
Well, we would have to start with Genesis and then go through the entire ontological nature expressed.
Does logic exist independent of God? Yeah. Yes or no?
What does that even
mean?
That's a good
question. That's a good question.
I mean, like when he says exists, like in what sense?
Yeah, I do know. So like God is the Alpha and the Omega. He's the beginning and the end. We know that, right?
Yep.
Okay, so this would infer timelessness.
I suppose, right?
Yeah. If you're
wait, didn't you say that he was a deist?
I don't know that.
Didn't you just say that he was a deist and he's over here saying that?
Well, we would have to start with Genesis and then go through the entire ontological nature expressed through the Trinity.
My God.
So you don't know.
Yeah, I do know. So like God is the Alpha and the Omega. He's the beginning and the end. We know
what
that,
are we
right?
doing?
Yep. Okay.
It's
I'm assuming that he's saying yep, like in regards to knowing that the Bible says it.
That's so dumb. Like he's like
this would infer.
I told you, bro. Like it's weird. He's
caressing us.
He accepts the Bible, but he doesn't actually affirm it as reality itself.
Timelessness.
It's weird.
I suppose, right?
Yeah. If you're both the beginning and the end.
I don't know that
if you're both those things at the same time, then time can't apply to you, right?
Not necessarily.
How could time apply to you if you're the beginning of it and the end of it,
bro?
If it has a beginning as an end, it has time.
That's not what the alpha and the omega means. Holy shit, he thinks that the alpha and the omega means that there is a beginning and end of said thing. Are you joking me right now?
Jesus. Lord help us.
There's no way.
No, not if you're the beginning and the end at the same time.
Oh,
is that what it says?
I don't know what that meant.
What does that even mean? Like these
I
are
don't know
all
what that meant.
tautological statements.
Yeah, I don't
This
know.
man,
I don't
this
know
man
what
has
that
said
meant.
we need a word count on how many, or a phrase count on how many times he said ontological nature, because that's one of the best things
I'm
I've
just
heard.
glad, dude. I'm glad how good Andrew's doing, bro. Like,
He's doing really good.
He's doing really good. It's just like some of the words he's saying is just kind of like.
And
what?
God could change. Yeah, that's really
that was bad, and I did say that, right? Is like the fact that he did say like, yeah, sure, why not? Like, and I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, if you are the beginning and the end.
My point is, I do not believe that it is possible for a human to understand the true nature of God.
Neither do we.
And that the assertion that God could not do a thing implies knowledge of God beyond the comprehension.
Would not do a thing.
But that makes no sense.
Yeah, it makes total sense. It's
also this is also kind of like a niche critique. It's not actually like a real one, but it is something that kind of matters when you're having theological talks, being able to distinguish essence from nature. Because
principle of act versus what it is.
Well, because like in Orthodoxy, right, like we interpret the verse in 1 Peter where it says that we'll partake of the nature.
Mm-hmm.
That's different for us because we don't think that's referring to ousia.
Yeah, I think that they're convertible with each other in a certain respect, but one is principle of act and one is whatness of a thing. That's two completely different.
Yeah. So if we're referring to it as principle of act, right, like I can say that we're going to participate in the principle of act. Right, like I could say something like that, right? But then that's not talking about the whatness, right? I'm not participating in the whatness, right?
It's a basic ontological argument. The idea that you will not go beyond the confines of your nature, whether you could or not, has no bearing on anything.
Right. So if God can't do a thing, he's not all powerful.
It's not can't. You keep on using the word can't.
If God
or
wouldn't.
could.
If I could interject here with an example, and this is why I asked the question about God being the ultimate good or ultimate evil. One example that I would give is God cannot be the ultimate evil. Kind of for what Andrew would say is this is a logical contradiction, because if God was the ultimate evil, then that would mean he is ultimately like he's the maximal being in all sorts of negative attributes. One of them being selfishness. Another
that would not mean that. That
that would just mean that God does not exist. If he was the ultimate evil,
yeah, it would mean that he doesn't exist. Evil is a privation. So if God is the ultimate evil, God is the ultimate nothing. He doesn't exist. like that's not like there's no such thing as a negative attribute. There's an attribute that we apply names to that refer to privations of good. It doesn't actually mean that there's an actual attribute that denotes an evil act. That's not how good and evil work in Christianity.
It's like the opposite of Dionysius, dude.
Yeah, being anger, selfishness to the point of wanting to be the only being in existence, but anger to the point of wanting other beings to exist to torment them arbitrarily.
Why does?
Yeah, I mean that. Like again, that type of view, right? And I hate to say this shit, and people are not going to agree with this, but if that was the way that God chose to create, guess what? If he still represents as the ultimate goodness and good and evil is something that's grounded in God, then guess what? God torturing us is now good.
Boom, boom.
So that doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. So trying to basically make a possible world where God supposedly does all of these things that we call evil in the current state of affairs in which God provided us with good and evil based off of how he is. It makes it good if God theoretically decided to create humans just to torture them. That would make that a good action. It literally would, because God would be the source of morality in general anyway.
Yeah, what debate is this?
This is Andrew Wilson versus Tim Pool on like the nature of God.
Oh, okay.
Does anger exist?
Why does anger exist?
Yes.
It's just a non sequitur. It has nothing to do with his argument.
That's true. That is a non sequitur. That has nothing to do with what Jonathan just asked. Now, granted, Jonathan is still wrong in his argument in general, though, because trying to say that he would be the ultimate evil because he would possess negative attributes, that's not true.
Just said.
Like it's an attribute.
Right. He's explaining that God can't be angry, so I'm asking what is
anger? I don't think anger is an attribute. I think anger is an act.
That is a sensitive appetite.
Yeah, that would be more of an act that represents privation of I don't know what is the virtue for that? That would
humility.
be
I don't know.
Yeah.
Humility, maybe.
Yeah, anger would not be something that actually is a property of something. That would be an
Because
act that represents a privation of a property that we are not utilizing.
Because humility is assenting to a good, and evil actions are defects within the will, and to will something is to assent to the good. So
what is anger? Why does it exist?
No.
You didn't say that.
That's not what I said. What I said is God cannot be the ultimate evil. Because to be the ultimate evil,
you would have to be the anger
you would have to be the maximal being in certain negative attributes that are going to conflict with each other.
Like what?
So imagine so like you're a comic book guy. So imagine that you had the ultimate Red Lantern meshed with the ultimate Orange Lantern. Those two character traits conflict with each other.
Do you
W Lantern reference, bro?
This is a bad example because you know about the White Lantern Corps?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
I'm
Oh
not
my
saying
gosh!
the
No
comic
way! Oh my gosh! We're Reddit maxing now. We're just absolutely.
are coherent logically. I'm saying you have two.
Yo, notice how Andrew didn't even freaking move an inch, bro. He's so not with this, like the way that they're doing this example. He
character traits.
he didn't even flinch or laugh or anything.
In both of these attributes cannot simultaneously exist.
It's a bad example because the White Lantern Corps is the merger of all the attributes into one. They all simultaneously coexist.
Guys, our Discord preacher.
What?
Exist.
It's a bad example because the White Lantern Corps is the merger of all the attributes into one. They all simultaneously
No, but
coexist.
you could just say that that's a contradictory thing. It doesn't actually exist. It's like a non-being.
Yeah, the lantern rhetoric is bad.
Yeah,
Discord preacher. He wrote down his name is like Malaki36. His name is
Malaki, bro. Malaki. It's Malachi, bro. Holy moly. No way. This just said Malaki. Malaki 3.6, bro. Malaki 3.6.
We're substitute teacher maxing, bro.
Donald's name Malachi 3.6. For Malachi. I am the Malachi. Thank you. For I am the Lord. I don't read the Bible. For I am the Lord. I do not change. Therefore, you are not consumed. Zero sons of Jacob.
Do not change. That's part of his nature.
And so the question
How's that do with the right to life that we started out with?
Do we know 100?
That is a great question,
do we know
right?
God so absolutely that we can perceive him in full?
No, not it.
No, but we can know particular traits. So,
Yes,
for example,
correct.
Jesus in John 14 says
I
that
agree
he
with
is the
that.
way, the truth, and the life. So
Agreed.
this is saying that Jesus as God is the ultimate being in a positive attribute, that being truth.
If we can't conceive of God in his entirety, then we can't know everything other than what knowledge was bestowed upon us.
Yeah, but that's a knowledge claim, which presupposes God to begin with, because it's a knowledge claim.
God told us what he is, and through the Bible.
Mm-hmm. That's part of Revelation, yeah.
And that's a Christian view. I'm not a Christian.
I don't even know his position at this point.
Yeah, I think he's just there to debate people. He's just
Like,
there
I
to
swear,
reply.
like he says I'm not a Christian, and then he'll affirm something in the Bible as like a justification for something over and over. I don't
How's
get
it do
it.
with right?
I mean, but
We started off
wait a
with
second.
rights.
Whether you're a Christian or not,
I don't get it.
it would still have to be your view.
Bryce, I got
that
a
God
question.
revealed.
Yeah,
You play any golf, man?
I do.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I gotta DM you, bro. I'm getting this set, bro. I gotta show you.
Yeah.
W Ankh, bro.
W
love
Ankh,
golf.
bro.
I love
yeah,
golf.
golf is great, dude. Oh my
Reveals
god.
himself to you somehow. That would be some form of revelation.
I believe that we have the capability to observe that God exists through math, science, and observation.
Yeah,
of the
but why are
universe.
those attributes of God?
Which ones?
That's not exactly what Tim said just now. Tim is basically applying here that basically science, mathematics, all these different types of things are representatives of the fact that God exists. This is actually the way that Aristotle argued for practical sciences, theoretical sciences, and how there's categories of theoretical sciences like physics, mathematics, and divine science, right? And then practical science being things like psychology and whatnot.
Mhm.
So but he uses that as a way to basically argue for the existence of God because of the fact that these things exist in the first place and they're ordered presupposes someone who ordered, right?
Are those attributes
Well,
of God?
I mean,
Math,
I would say
science.
the mathematics part is just the logic.
I would say, simply put, outside of doctrine, you can look at the universe.
I mean, logic is utilized by mathematics utilizes logic, but it's not identical to it. So actually, hilariously enough, I was reading about this today. So I'm going to read this real quick here from Sijuwade'S.
There's a bunch of different positions on whether or not logic orders math or math is ordered by logic.
Well, I'm going to actually use this as a good example. It's so funny every time I read these people. I like when I'm at work or something or like hanging out. These things always come up where I can actually talk about it the same day when I stream.
The Holy Spirit. It's the Holy Spirit.
For real, bro. So right here. So in the OCGS Tome 7, it's the commentary on Aristotle's first three parts of logic. He basically defines this. Physics. So he says that physics is the study of particular objects according to their nature and how they are moved. It's the science, and the actual quote is, physics is the science concerning movable things such as man and animal and the like, not under the disposition by which that they are moved and perceive and act, because they are particulars, and there is no science of them, but there is science of them considered in themselves and absolutely as far as their every inquiry concerning the movable is sensible. And then he defines mathematics as the science that treats those beings which, according to their proper nature, are from abstraction or can be abstracted from sensible qualities such as number and magnitude. So it's basic in a basic sense. It's the study of conception of particular objects by quantity and quality, and enumeration of these things that are denoted in physics.
He's distinguishing quantitative knowledge and qualitative knowledge.
Yes, and then metaphysics, or divine science, as Aristotle calls it, is the study of things that are separated from motion and matter according to being, like minds, concepts, and universals. The study of those things itself that are within mathematics and physics are the grounding for the ability to utilize physics and mathematics.
And then calculate based on the rules that there is a creator.
Yeah, it's just the watchmaker argument. So you just say, well, if you were a person who had no understanding of technology, but you found a watch on a beach and you picked it up,
That's literally
you would infer creation just by the way that
That's
the
not
watch
the argument.
operates. It's the same argument.
It is literally not.
Yeah, or you can say
It's identical to that. That's the whole point of the watchmaker argument, and the way that Tim is trying to make the justification for the God of deism is saying shit's ordered, therefore God. Okay, so then if you see a watch, you see that it's ordered, therefore something created the watch. It's literally the exact same argument.
say that mathematically, if you changed even one little teeny tiny thing, the
Not the
entire
argument.
universe would be thrown into disarray. What's the argument?
The argument is that there is negative entropy, and there is entropy, and that entropy only exists in greater elements of entropy. And what we end up finding throughout the universe...
and both of those things presuppose motion. GG's.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my gosh, dude.
Extropy, bro.
This guy needs to stop. Just stop talking, bro. This man said extropy and entropy.
Again, assuming you trust modern science, is that energy coalesces and disperses. I would say at a rate similar to the golden ratio. So it's a gradual.
And if you threw
decay.
that off, it would.
This is like the way that he's describing it is like some Kabbalah shit, bro. Like he's
honestly,
trying to tie like a bunch of things together, right, in a way that basically harmonizes to basically justify the existence of a god.
Throw everything into disarray.
Not what I'm talking about. So when you take a look at the basis components of the universe, in some degree they coalesce. So we can take a look at quarks, atoms, denser hydrogen becoming helium, et cetera, et cetera. You can see that so long as there is more entropy outputted from a system, entropy is possible. This scales up exponentially and mathematically, which is what humans have traced so far, again, if you believe modern science, because there's a lot we don't know. And you find that everything skews towards the creation of higher complex systems, so long as they create more disorder in the creation of complex systems. What that ultimately leads to is, simply put, atoms become elements, become compounds, become molecules, all finding other ways to interact to become increasingly more complicated and organizing free energy in the universe into a complex system.
Yeah, but in the God of deism, though, like you wouldn't be able to actually justify that there's something that's moving any of this.
No, you're just, it's basically an impersonal first cause, but it's like personal and it just flicked a domino.
Yeah. This is a fact.
I'm not sure how this isn't like an explanation or descriptor of the observation of revelation of God for you.
So what we see is that once you get to the point of self-replicating proteins, molecules come to a point where, and this is a gap for human knowledge, we don't know why at some point molecules will become self-replicating proteins. I don't think it's all that complicated because the question of...
Yeah, because abiogenesis is a shit theory, that's why.
It's like if you invoke it in Bayesian probability, there's more likelihood in somebody coming back to life than somebody or life from non-life. I really, honestly, I think that if we applied that, I think that would be the case. I need to research on that. But
yeah, the resurrection is more likely under Bayesian probability than abiogenesis.
Why elements become compounds is the same thing. We don't care. Oxygen bonds with carbon, 2 oxygen carbon dioxide. These things occur, and we can track the science of them. At a certain point, self-replicating proteins emerge if the chemical conditions are correct.
Emergent properties.
Self-replicating proteins eventually become single-cell life. Single-cell life eventually becomes multicellular life. Within those complex systems, multicellular life eventually creates ecosystems. Now they're creating complex systems outside of physical energy and into abstract concepts, which only exist in our thoughts. Eventually, you'll end up with multicellular organisms.
But your thoughts do exist, you think?
To some degree, they do, because I think, therefore, I am.
Yeah, where do they exist, though?
Oh, Descartes reference. Wow. Cogito.
You give this guy time to talk, he'll get increasingly like he has like the VTech it like kicked in, bro. So he just started speaking faster and faster.
It's the interesting question that humans don't really know, because this is the abstract, complex dynamic system created by the highest iteration of life as we know it, which is ourselves, unless there is an imperceivable higher form of life, which all mathematics predicts does exist. And so what we end up seeing with the universe is first you get chemicals that coalesce, you get organisms that reproduce, all of it collecting free energy and organizing into more complicated systems. Eventually you get a squirrel. Squirrel's a random example. But squirrels create more than just themselves by collecting free energy. They eat food, they make babies, that's replication.
What I don't
understand. Squirrels create ecosystems.
I actually don't understand right now, though.
Now squirrels
I understand what
are planting nuts, which create trees.
Yeah.
A new abstract system emerges, a complex system between life that is beyond just a physical component. It is now including a physical component, but it has an abstract element to it, interactions between two.
It's funny that like he goes on this gigantic tangent where he basically tries to give his entire epistemic justification for everything. And then you look at the very beginning of the entire thing where he talks about basically there being the first mover. And like when you get to the point where there's the first mover, you can't justify that first mover without basically being able to know. I mean, it just goes into like tag type stuff, bro. Like you eventually just got to get to the point with people like this where you just have to say like, how do you know what you know? Like it's a little bit ridiculous. Like this type of explanation, because he's just explaining all of the natural things that do occur, therefore presupposes the supernatural.
Just explaining the natural law, bro.
Yeah, explaining natural law doesn't automatically necessitate supernatural unless you have an argument for something that bridges that gap.
That accentuates further into the manipulation of an environment, which a lower life form would probably be a beaver.
Yeah, but how is any of this? What I don't understand, right, is those systems you just described, you've observed.
So beavers,
those you've observed,
start manipulating their environments and creating complex systems outside of life itself, where they're actually building dams. But this mathematical observation was just creating.
That's what
There's literally no way that I skipped that over 8 times and he was still talking.
When I think of God, I bump into the limits of our ability to comprehend higher dimensions, in visualizing higher dimensions in 2-dimensional planes, because we can't even do it in 3-dimensional planes. And then you come to the ultimate point where we would conclude there is a higher power than us that likely created us, created everything we experience, has the ability to create, destroy, and do whatever it wants, even though in our reality...
Do whatever it wants? So it's personal? It has a will?
Ooh. Yeah, this guy, he's an interesting chap.
He just contradicted himself from his original position.
Yeah, all that monologuing just for him to invoke a will.
Yeah, all that monologuing just to basically admit that God is personal. You admit that God is personal and you're a deist at the same time, you are completely cooked.
This is basically like Spinoza if he was on like, never mind. I'm not.
We cannot create or destroy, and we cannot comprehend the true power and true nature of what that is.
Okay. Could you induct then that thing had to be created?
Nope.
Why not?
What do you mean?
Why wouldn't you induct that thing had to be, like, using inductive reasoning? What would you have to base on from actual observation that anything which created anything else was not itself created?
If we go by the standard laws of thermodynamics, that nothing is created or destroyed, only changed.
Yeah, but
so the
even if that's
organization of
the
energy-
case, the energy which you're destroying
God doesn't
or
need to be
creating, right? God doesn't need to be created. He
what?
He always existed, right?
And we were not created in the sense of we manifested. We were created in the sense that the universe was created by God. The structure, the energy, all of it was created. Whether it's finite or not is a determination of God that we don't know.
Well, do you think this thing has
And then
consciousness?
we organized. Absolutely.
Okay, so it's doing it on purpose?
Absolutely. So
with a purpose?
Presumably.
Yes. W press.
So consciousness, we are in the universe and we are components of the universe, and what we experience as conscious entities is a component of the universe, which also implies the universe itself with us within it and within its confines and laws experiences consciousness either through us, or there is a very, I believe, obvious observation that if simple consciousness, the neurons firing in our brains, which we think is what's generating consciousness, exists, then obviously there is a calculation of a higher power consciousness beyond ours.
Well, what does it want?
I don't know.
Why did it put you here?
There's a couple ideas that I have on that. One is you can describe it as a sorting algorithm, I suppose.
What?
Why do heaven and hell exist? Well, the Christian...
You think hell exists too?
Absolutely. But I wouldn't...
I'm getting like tired, like slothful.
Describe it as fire and pits of inferno. And I would describe it as if we look at the universe and we look at the choices we are given, free will, and we take a look at, I would say, trying to learn off Christian or just general religious dogmas. Because I do believe that humans and life has a general understanding until it's socialized out of them, or they're broken from.
Oh, so his argument is that every religion has a heaven and hell narrative, therefore heaven and hell is definitely true too.
Just by consensus, it's the case, therefore it's the case. Well, good
I love
argument.
it. I love it too, because then because in his view, there's absolutely no way to determine how to go to one place and not the other.
From it, I do believe people can know God exists, but society today tries to make you erase that from your mind.
Well, this is really strange, though. You think we have free will too?
Yes, absolutely.
You don't think it's predetermined?
There's gradients. Yeah, no, it's not predetermined. There's an element of predetermination in that some things will happen, and then how we function within them is.
Yeah, but you can't know which things are going to happen and which ones aren't because you don't have a revelation. So how can you even make that claim? Like, that's ridiculous.
Is ultimately the function of reality. Now, I don't know that, obviously, but I would say based on what I've read, what I've seen, what I've experienced, a simple way to describe it is we are here.
What is he reading?
Of a test. We are given choices. We are given free will. We're given opportunity. We are given struggles.
That entire explanation he just gave is probably written on his damn laptop.
And we make choices on how we exist within these things. Do you choose to be evil for self-gain, to burn things down and destroy? If life all life
It is, yeah, it is, absolutely.
functioning towards the creation of complex systems, that it would seem to defy God's will to be a force of entropy. So when you look at Antifa burning things down, destroying that, I describe that as evil. When you look at Democrats exploiting to steal.
Wait. That does not work. Because God had to have been the one to put entropy in place because there's no fall in his view. Entropy is something that's due to the fall. And he doesn't have a fall narrative of humanity. So entropy had to have been something that God put in place. And if entropy is contradictory to God's nature, God put something contradictory to his nature in place. GG's.
And make gains for themselves, they are
That's
empowering
based.
a small system at the destruction of a larger system. I would call that evil. If the purpose of a person or of the function of a person is to create more complicated systems, i.e. create life, protect life, and expand upon life, that seems to be God's will, as that is what life does. So there's a sort of yin-yang of the universe. I don't
Oh
believe
my
it's balanced
gosh,
like yin-yang. I
dude.
believe it's more like the golden ratio spiraling towards
so tired of
negative.
people.
I'm sorry, towards entropy.
Okay, so God instilled for entropy to go into place. If you would
It's
say
so dumb.
Because he literally just argued against basically the destruction narrative of like everything being rebuilt in the Christian worldview, because that would, or like the fact that he sees like Antifa destroying buildings as evil because that goes against God, because God is not entropic.
But he's the first mover. He ordered that.
There's no fall, so he had to have ordered
exactly.
entropy itself. So that's so dumb.
I don't get it. Yeah, it's dumb because of the fact that like the conception and knowledge that he's invoking to here, because he thinks that, well, it's not God's will. Well, if God is determinate in the sense that he knows that these acts are going to happen, therefore he acts upon these things, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's just dumb, bro.
Because he also probably, I'm assuming he probably doesn't have like a eschaton view as well. I know that he says he affirms heaven and hell or whatever, but I think that he holds the view that basically people are just going to go on forever until they go extinct. And then entropy is going to continue until eventually we enter like billions of years from now, right? There's going to be some form of, or trillions and trillions and trillions of years from now, that there's going to be like an age of black holes. They're all going to eventually come together. Everything's going to eventually fizzle into nothing. Entropy.
Heat die or something, yeah.
Right, like heat death of the universe, right? Like God had to instill the heat death of the universe, meaning that God, in his view, has to be entropic. Because if he created things according to his nature, which he admitted earlier, then God is a destroyer as well. But he tries to say, no, God, no, we can determine that things are evil because destruction is not according to God's nature. That's so dumb. Such a bad position.
With life functioning as negative entropy, and thus, simply put, there is a God. We are here for a reason. We are here to protect, to organize, to create, and develop and expand.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Anyway, Dr. Sijuwade versus I had versus Jonathan Hill because I did watch that at some point too. Where is that at?
Isn't Dr. Sijuwade a social trinitarian?
Not exactly. A lot of people disagree with him on his way that he defines the Trinity and Orthodoxy, because he's more analytic and he says things in a strange way sometimes. But here we go. Joshua Sijuwade versus Amos Wolin. The first 10 minutes. Can logic prove Christianity?
Hello and welcome to Unbelievable, the show where we bring Christians, whether you might unpack, what is an a priori argument? And in this context, what is an a priori argument for Christianity specifically?
Yeah. So a priori or a priori is a way in which you understand the truth of a proposition. So a proposition is just a statement.
Bro, he's so incredibly jacked, it's ridiculous. Like, just freaking wearing a dang turtleneck, having biceps like that is so crazy. Like, it's a crazy fashion statement, dude.
I'm scared of that, dude.
So, for example,
yeah, turtleneck buff dudes is like the craziest thing ever.
The sky is blue. Now, there are different ways that you can come to know that statement to be true. You can know it in a way that's independent of experience, or you can know it in a way that's dependent upon experience. Now, if you come to know the truth of a statement independent of experience, then you know it in an a priori way, which just means independent of experience. And if you know a statement to be true, but it's dependent upon...
Dang, bro, he didn't even bring notes. The other guy's got a book.
...new experience, then it's a posteriori. So, for example, the statement 1 + 1 = 2 is an a priori statement because I can know it to be true independent of my experience. But then the statement, the sky is blue or my dog is green, those statements I can only know them rationally to be true if I've experienced something about the sky or something about the dog. And then that means it's a posteriori. So when we put an...
Isaiah, would you say that the peripatetic axiom contradicts what he's saying?
I'm not sure, honestly, bro.
Well, like, so I've always wondered this about people that hold to the peripatetic axiom, that I feel like if you hold to the peripatetic axiom, that you can't affirm a priori knowledge. Right? Because it would be independent of experience, but experience is something that's for the senses. Right? But everything must first come through the senses.
I think it's epistemology is really difficult because I think the best way of understanding, like the Thomistic interpretation of epistemology, it's very similar to Kant's opinion, except it's the way in which we order things. Because we make assumptions, like being would be intelligible. These statements are like true. Therefore, like it makes a lot of assumptions. Like in the Summa, St. Thomas Aquinas says just explicitly, he just says that we can trust our senses. We can ground things in our senses. We can
a priori argument for something. We're saying we can give you an argument that leads you to the truth of that statement, the truth of the thing that we want you to believe, the claim, independent of any experience, independent of any investigation. So when it comes to Christianity, we're saying, for example, certain propositional truths about Christianity, we can know them to be true independent of any experience, independent of any historical investigation or things related to that.
So an a posteriori argument for Christianity would be looking at something like the historical evidence for the resurrection, or, considering biblical prophecy or something like this. So if we could look at what C.S. Lewis calls the grand miracle of Christianity, maybe the central tenet of Christianity is, of course, the incarnation, the idea that God took on flesh in the person of Jesus. How would you make an a priori argument for something like an incarnation?
Yeah. So there has been, for some time, some individuals who...
I don't think you would.
I don't think it's possible, honestly.
That has to be something gathered through experience.
I think that revelation, if you were to invoke some a priori argumentation for Christianity, I think it would really try to lead into saying that we can have some sort of discoverability of
it's just
the revelation itself.
Well, it's not even that. You have to picture the fact of the way that somebody came to the conclusion to write. Like if you do specifically the Gospels, right? The story of the incarnation is something that is grounded in
experience,
the experience of the apostles.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, and my position of knowledge, the way that we know things, it necessitates like that when we do make a judgment or when we experience things, we can know something by virtue of such. But
put forward priori
absolutely
arguments for the incarnation. So one of the famous ones is by Anselm. But in most recent times, we have people like Richard Swinburne, so retired professor at Oxford, who put forward an argument which was saying basically based upon certain things about the world, we can believe that God, based upon his own perfect goodness, will act in a certain way, in such a way that he will become incarnate.
But you have to experience God's goodness. Right.
Okay, I was thinking of an argument. That I was going to write on, but I didn't want to continue it. But it's basically saying that divine hiddenness, we would say that God, and I think that God, to properly reveal himself, came or incarnated.
Yeah.
So you cannot say that divine hiddenness is the case, and in every other case it is. But I don't think that works. I was thinking of something similar to that, because I think that is an argument that could be possibly made, but I don't think that it would follow.
Yeah.
But so I think that's the condition of the world that Swinburne puts forward is that the world has sin in it, the world has suffering. And because God sees sin in the world, because God sees suffering, he would want to, based upon his perfect goodness, to do something about that sin and suffering. And so we can say that based upon his nature, the God...
Yeah, but that doesn't work in orthodoxy, though. And the reason why that doesn't work in orthodoxy is because of our understanding of the necessary incarnation. This is actually something that St. Maximus the Confessor talks about. Whether or not man was going to fall, he would have incarnated anyway.
Beautiful. Yeah, I agree. 100%.
Right? So like the view from Swinburne that God incarnates in all possible worlds where man falls is not necessarily true. Right? God in his perfect goodness would incarnate with his creation whether or not they fall.
Mm-hmm. And I think that that's consistent in the Catholic position if you hold to the Scotistic model or the Franciscan understanding in general.
He will act in a certain way to then become incarnate. And so Swinburne sort of cashed that out in a different way. The way I put it is focused on certain aspects of God's nature. So something that some philosophers believe, an attribute that some philosophers believe that God has, is called omnisubjectivity. Now, it's a bit of a strange term, but it's good to break it down. So normally when we think of God, we see God as a perfect being. So God is all-powerful, so we call that omnipotent. He's all-knowing, we call that omniscient. He's perfectly good, so he only does good actions, or the best action. But then there was a philosopher who, about 15 years ago or so, Linda Zagrebsky, she discovered or sort of developed through reflection an argument that God must have an additional property, which is something called omnisubjectivity, which is the ability that God has to cognitively grasp the first person experience of every cognitive agent. So what that means in less sort of philosophical terms.
What?
The first person experience of all cognition or cognitive
I think
agents.
I think that God knows the process in which things experience things, but I don't think that God can sensibly experience them himself in that sense of knowing. Like his mode of knowledge is different.
Yeah, I think that would only work if like you were like a Molinist, maybe.
Yeah, like it would be the same as saying God's knowledge is just a set of all sets or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. That's weird because when you're talking about God's knowledge, there's also a mode of knowing in God,
exactly.
right? And the way that God knows things, it wouldn't purport to things being in the first person experience, right? So God knows things to the degree of all possible worlds, and then obviously applies certain things from his will to the world that currently exists, right? So he knows all things, and he knows all possible things, and he knows of the experiences of man, but he knows of the experiences of man from a third person perspective. He knows it from himself.
Yeah, and God's knowledge is of himself. He doesn't experience things by an essence, because that would imply that there's an order in which he decrees and then he knows.
Yeah. And that also kind of changes God's knowledge as well, because if we were to say that there's a possible world where God chooses to create something that doesn't experience, for example, emotions to any degree, then basically God's knowledge or this omni-subjectivity would change based off of the world that he's applying to, right? Because he would have to have a different quote-unquote perspective of the people. Right, from the first person. That's the thing that matters the most. You could say that God knows the experiences of all mankind via the third person, but saying that he experiences everything in the first person is a little different.
Does God,
I think that honestly, I think that destroys the incarnation as well.
Yeah,
I think that destroys the point of it.
Because if he experiences everything, he experiences defection, everything that humanity has experienced in.
He experiences sin.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. You're basically saying, God knows what it is to be a deprived will.
Yeah, he would have to basically, he would have to experience a gnomic will.
Exactly, yeah.
Experience concupiscence, bro. No.
That God can know various things about me, such as Josh is talking now.
That's third person.
But there's a difference between the fact or the third person fact that Josh is talking now and my own first person experience of talking. The way in which I'm seeing the colors, hearing the sounds in front of me, that's very different from someone who's an outsider describing my sort of talking event. And so what she says is that if God is to be cognitively perfect. He can't just have knowledge of propositions. God knows that Josh is doing this, Josh will do that, Josh has done this in the past, he'll do this he's doing this in the present and then do something in the future. God has all of that knowledge. But then she says, well, if God is to be cognitively perfect, he also has to have a cognitive grasp of our own first person perspectives. He needs to know what it is to be like Josh when I'm experiencing certain things throughout my life.
No.
That's absolutely atrocious. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
essentially,
bad.
Yeah. God knows what it's like to
R-word somebody.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's absolutely absurd. It's blasphemous.
No, sir. That's just blasphemous to say. Honestly, that's
blasphemy.
That's not good.
Now, based upon that God has this cognitive grasp of our first person perspectives, so he knows what it's like to be me. I then, in my arguments in the work that I've written on this, I say, well, the cognitive grasp that God has is of all of our conscious states. So God has a cognitive grasp of my beliefs. He has a cognitive grasp of my desires, my thoughts, my willings. So he has a cognitive grasp of all those conscious states.
From the third person.
But there's another thing that God has. God has a cognitive grasp of my emotions.
For example, human analogy. You can understand, right, somebody's, and this is imperfect, of course, but if you picture yourself, right, and you know the actions that somebody's going to commit or something like that. This man standing in front of you, you know what he's about to do, right? You maybe even know how he feels. You know about that from the third person perspective. But like if you were to basically experience what it's actually like to be, for example, somebody who's doing something extremely evil, that would also be something that you would then have to be, you would have to manifest in a way. You'd have to kind of like be that. If you're experiencing the first person of that thing, right? Your mind is basically becoming theirs in a way, and it's a little no, sir.
Now, in the literature on emotions, so within philosophy, there's a study that people do of the
because you have to remember that empathy, right? Things like empathy, because I think people try to use empathy to argue for this kind of stuff. Because we can understand other people's emotions. The problem is that we understand it from the third person. We can put ourselves in the shoes of somebody else theoretically. It's imperfect, of course, but putting us in the shoes of others, right? Like we're not actually taking on their experience. We're trying to understand their experience from our perspective, which is not the same thing. God could possibly try to understand our sinful actions from his own perspective, which then he would condemn.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing that also you have to consider is God's knowledge is immediate. There's not a process in which God knows. It would only be a logical ordering.
Yes.
So I think that would immediately just refute this idea because, you know, there would be a foundation in which we know that which is known is perceived. How do you voluntarily change your beliefs for theirs in order to achieve the different perspective?
Yeah.
What?
What?
What is this guy talking about?
I don't even
This
know.
guy's been here the whole time.
the philosophy of emotions and trying to understand what is the nature of an emotion. And in the literature, one of the prevalent views is that an emotion is a perception of a bodily change. What that means is that we have emotions, but emotions are just the way in which we perceive changes in our bodies. So just sort of, and I can unpack this later in the discussion, but taking into account God's omnisubjectivity, so his cognitive grasp of all of our conscious states, which include our emotions, and then taking into account that an emotion is a perception of a bodily state. And that means that anyone who has an emotion must have a body. Then if God is to be subjective, then he...
Did you check out Nikolai in Korea's legendary crash out in his Agan debate? I know, but I got to see that.
Must also cognitively grasp our emotions. But that
is it this thing? Because somebody put it in Discord.
And again, why is that relevant?
You should have watched my video before you wanted to make a response.
I'm doing in the middle of the response, you retard.
Oh man! Don't ban me, TikTok. I love the
It's been a
TikTok
minute.
show.
Halfway through.
Don't make claims without knowing I'm.
Hey, retard!
Oh my gosh!
Okay, just stop.
Yeah,
just
I
stop.
can't show it. I can't show it. I'm gonna get banned. Oh, brother.
He said to restart.
He said to
Like Mario
restart.
Kart.
Yes, he said to restart.
Have a body in order to be omnisubjective, so he can be able to cognitively grasp the emotions of all cognitive agents that exist. So God must, at some point, take on a body in order to then be omnisubjective. So the way that I argue for this is a priori.
That's
because I'm not saying
necessitarian.
based
That's
upon
just
reading anything,
necessitarian.
I didn't catch it. Hold on.
having a body.
Yeah,
So God must have a body in order to be omnisubjective, so he can be able to cognitively grasp.
So basically,
whoa.
If omnisubjectivity is an essential property of God, then God at one point must incarnate to experience the same things that we do. So that would imply that we exist and God has to experience what we do. But it would also imply, because he doesn't experience, if he incarnated only as a human, he does not experience the same things that animals do, sensitive animals or sensible souls.
Yeah, that's not good.
The emotions of all cognitive agents that exist. So God must, at some point, take on a body in order to then be omnisubjective. So the way that I argue for this is a priori, because I'm not saying based upon reading anything or any historical analysis. I'm saying just based upon the nature of God, him being cognitively perfect, thus him being omnisubjective, and thus cognitively grasping emotions, he will thus then require a body and thus assume a body and become incarnate. So then that leads to the incarnation.
And can I?
No, that is not an argument for that. I don't like that one.
I just ask one clarifying question, which
Yes,
is,
of course.
why is it that God needs to take on one particular body as opposed to taking on all bodies? Because you use this term omnisubjectivism. It sounds like God is kind of...
In my opinion, the omnisubjectivity honestly kills the point of the incarnation in the first place.
Yeah, it was
if he experiences everyone anyway, right? Then like he didn't have to incarnate to experience human life as a the Philippians 2 is gone because of this. Because it says he humbled himself to become a servant to experience humankind from the first person perspective. That's the point of the incarnation, is for him to have the knowledge of it from the first person perspective via the human mind.
Very, very dumb. Yeah.
You can't have that, the knowledge that he basically acquires in some way, shape, or form from human experience. That thing cannot be grounded in the divine mind. That's bad. That literally, I mean, first off, monophysite immediately. Honestly, no, Apollinarian. This is Apollinarian. This reeks of Apollinarianism.
This is absurd. Yeah, that's an absolutely absurd argument. That property is illogical. The incarnation would not be the incarnation.
Yeah, the incarnation was redundant because he said that because in order for God to know the experience, he would have to take on a body. But he already possesses omnisubjectivity. He already experiences human emotions from the first person perspective anyway. So what's the point of taking on the body? I think it's backwards. Like, you can't do that.
And it would just remove God's free choice in incarnating. It'd just be like, yeah, he has to anyway. So he's not even willfully crucifying.
No, he's not doing anything but point.
Going to know all humans' sort of experiences.
Technically speaking, he already experienced the suffering of the incarnation prior to the suffering of the incarnation.
Right. So why is it just...
Because he already experienced it from the first person perspective. I mean, thousands of people were crucified prior to Christ.
That he needs to incarnate in one form.
Yeah. So the what I would say is sort of an objection to the position is that there is sort of the incarnation is a scattered temporal event. So what I mean by that is it's not something which just...
This would entail that God has passions. I mean, to a degree that you would have to basically say that God possesses passions insofar as the first person perspective knowledge of what it's like to have passions grounded in his mind, which, I mean, that's bad. Because that means that he experiences sin. He experiences passions.
Occurs at the second in which, let's say the person of Christ is the incarnate divine person. Let's say the person of Christ being born 4 to 6 BC. That's not the point in which the incarnation actually began. The incarnation is a scattered event, given that God is timeless. So any action that God performs is not going to be performed at a temporal sequence that we date at that point, but it's going to be something that is scattered over time. Now, a good example of this is, let's say, a shooting event. If someone shoots someone, I'll never do this to you, but let's say someone was to shoot, I'll say, pull out a gun and shoot Amos right now. At T1, Josh pulled out the gun. At T2, Amos is shot. Now, that's a scattered event. The shooting event didn't just start.
But that's still temporal, so like I don't understand his point. Like,
Yeah,
there's a T1 and T2. There's a T1 and T2 anyway, so why did, like it's still temporal either way.
In the point in which Amos was murdered.
If you're able to denote a T1 and a T2 to God's action, then it's still temporal anyway. Right? Like that's kind of like I don't know about that one.
But it started from the point that I pulled out the gun and then shot Amos. And so it's a scattered event.
You'd say that the recognition or the understanding of the incarnation occurred at T1. But trying to say that like the incarnation, right, like as in God basically acted at T1 is not right.
But the completion of it took place at T2. So it's the same thing. What happened is that the person of Christ, in the willing to become incarnate, which was an eternal event, that was, we can call it, let's say, T1. Then you had this scattered temporal event in which it was completed at the person of Christ.
Don't they call that T0? Wouldn't T0 be like the prior or something like that when we're talking about time and shit?
I don't know what he's trying to get at, but I mean, it's just like for us, we would say that God, like,
yeah, because I'm pretty sure that T1, because if I remember correctly, the way that people do, and anybody in chat correct me if I'm wrong, I don't do philosophy of time stuff very often, unless it's like St. Maximus, but he doesn't really talk about stuff like this. When it comes to like T0, T1, T2, and all that kind of stuff, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure that T1 is the prior thing that causes T0, sorry, is the thing that causes T1 to be the case, but T0 doesn't necessarily imply temporality.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
usually they do say T0. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the God's will to basically incarnate would be T0. That wouldn't be T1. T1 would be an effect of something.
Now, Christ is the temporal manifestation of this action. Now, what's required is in order for Christ to take on, in order for God to be omnisubjective, it's just that he has a body. It's not necessarily that he has to have a...
But if it, no, dude, because like if he's omnisubjective, he either has to possess that prior to him incarnating, or God changed. Because like God would not be omnisubjective because of the fact that he experiences something in a human mind. Because his omnisubjectivity would have to be grounded in the divine mind that's not grounded in the human mind. So he would always have to possess that, otherwise he has to admit that the divine mind changes. You can't do
different bodies. It's that he has a body to be able to have the perception of bodily states. So in order for him to have or process emotions, he has to have a body. And so...
I don't like this at all. Like, this is weird, man. There's weird entailments to all this.
This can then be limited to, well, it just had to occur with one body. Because if you say, well...
Eric Coda for $5. Thank you very much, brother. He says, if you ever seen his Trinity model, it also accidentally denies perichoresis, as his trope of divinity is multiply located persons. Oh, multiply located persons. Yeah, okay.
Why didn't Christ take on more than one body? Then that's not a necessitated act. Because if it's just sufficient for him to take on one, if he was to take on 2, 3, and 4, then that would be an act of his will, because he didn't have to do it. What I'm saying is that God had to take on a body in order to process these emotional states to be cognitively perfect. And that was sufficiently done with the assumption of one body, which was, let's say, the person of Christ. So just a few things to take into account.
Yeah, this is Apollinarian, bro. Like, this definitely... we also just reacted to Sylvester. We also just reacted to Andrew Wilson debating Tim Pool. No, this has Apollinarianism written on it, bro. I hate to say that because I think Dr. Sijuwade is a good guy, but this definitely leads to that, because you have to remember Apollinarianism is slightly different than monophysitism, but it's basically the belief that the divine mind basically takes over everything of the human mind. And so if the omnisubjectivity is the thing that causes him to incarnate, or in order to be omni-subjective, he has to incarnate in the first place. That has to be grounded in the divine mind, meaning that his human experience is grounded in the divine mind, meaning that there is no human mind. That's Apollinarianism. That is a big heresy.
It's a scattered event, so it was not just at one point that it occurred, but it was completed at the actual human assumption of the body of Christ.
Does he have a blessing to teach? Because there's no way.
Definitely not.
There's definitely no way.
He's like a material heretic, bro.
4 BC, but it started as an internal decision. But then also it's a temporal manifestation that sufficiently allowed God to take on or have omnisubjectivity when it was just a temporal manifestation of one person. And it only needed to be one person, not 2 or 3, in order for this to be a necessitated act instead of it being an act of will. So there's a lot of concepts there, but hopefully we can break it down a little bit more. But
yeah, no, that was the part I was going to react to because I am going to be heading out here in a minute. Yeah, no. Anybody who watched that and thought that Dr. Sijuwade was cooking, please refrain, in my opinion. All right, I'm just a dude on the internet, but I'm just saying I already fleshed out multiple times why this doesn't work. This is pretty anti-orthodox in my opinion. This is not good.
Anti-Christian.
Just honestly, it's just anti-Christian. Like just like Christianity simpliciter, bro. Like this can't work. FDA interviewed him, but none of his stuff came up. Yeah, that stuff's definitely like people got to talk more with this guy. Like at some point, I want to have like maybe a conversation with him because like I don't know. At least on this, I don't like the way that this is done at all. This is pretty crazy.
And what did he invoke? The omnisubjectivity.
Omnisubjectivity. His argumentation for the incarnation being necessary is the fact that God has to be omnisubjective. So he has to be able to experience human emotions of his creation from the first person. I don't like that. That's bad.
No. Yo, Dion, he's about to end the live, bro.
I'm ending the live like right now, bro. I'm already 20 minutes past.
Hey, God bless you, man. It was a good live, bro.
Yeah, it was a good night, bro. Appreciate it.
Good talking to you.
All right, guys. Thank you for the live, though.